This is a regular meeting of the State Liquor Authority. Today's February 1st, 2017. Present today are Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, General Counsel Riano, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Held, and myself, Secretary to the Authority Donahue. The next meetings will be February 15th, March 2nd, and March 15th. We're going to call items first in Buffalo, then in Albany, then in New York, in the order they were signed in. When your item is called, please come up to the podium and speak directly into the microphone so that not only can we hear you here and the other places, but so that we can record what you're saying. All right, Chairman, do you have anything to start?
No.
Okay. The first item in Buffalo is 229 655V Monroe Avenue, LLC.
Tracy Jong Law Firm, representing 655 Monroe Avenue. This is an application for a retail liquor license for a tavern, and my understanding is the full board has received some information from the City of Rochester that one of the principals was formerly a manager in another establishment that had a poor history for operations. And we're here to address that. We did submit into the record information to show that he has not been working there. He left the employee there for quite a few years, and some additional information on his background and whatnot to explain the circumstances and try to assure the board that yes, he did work for that place at one point, but not during the period that it had all of the issues and violations. So the principals have also submitted into the record that they've taken their ATAP classes. They want to assure the licensing board that they understand the compliance issues, and they've taken the time to learn a little bit more about what they need to do as owners and managers of the business, and obtain some training for not only themselves as the principals, which will be owner-operators, but also for all of their staff. So we'd like to open for any questions that the board may have.
Who is the person that used to work at another bar, Mr. Strine?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Was the bar at this location?
Yes.
Well, you left that out, counsel. That's kind of relevant, isn't it?
I didn't actually think so. That bar, Preps, has been all over town. It has opened and closed and moved in 3 or 4 different locations.
Am I incorrect that he didn't put that employment on his personal questionnaire?
Yes, and he'd like to explain why.
That's correct. I thought it had been more than 5 years. It had been 4 years. So it was my mistake.
Well, you got... When did you start working for them?
In 2012.
2012 to September of 2013, is that correct?
That is correct.
So that's closer to 3 years when you applied the application, isn't it?
Mathematically, yes.
Application went in November of 2016, and you were still working there in September of 2013, and you thought that was more than 5 years?
Yes, that was an error on my part.
There was a sale of minor there in August of 2013. Were you working then?
In August of 2013 would have been right at the end of when I was working there. That's correct. I probably approached the owner about many things before that point to try and stop a situation from that happening.
Were you the one who sold to the underage person or no?
I was not.
And who's going to manage this place?
That would be me.
Well, it says you're going to manage for 6 to 8 hours a week. It appears it's going to be open a lot longer than that.
Right, we're going to hire a manager as well, so, but I would oversee the day-to-day.
I mean, my concern here is that this, as you noted, got canceled, and it looks like you're opening the same exact place. Not just the location, you're opening the same type of place.
No, we're focusing more on craft beers and, you know, things of that nature. We're trying to find a different niche, I guess.
But it's still a bar tavern, correct?
It is a bar tavern. This isn't a district in Rochester that has a number of these type of establishments in those particular neighborhoods. So there's a lot of restaurant bars in this neighborhood. That's what the building is built out to be. It's not very easy to reconstruct it to be something else. So naturally, the new businesses coming in will all still be taverns.
Is it closed right now? Excuse me.
Go ahead.
Is it closed now or open?
It's closed.
How long has it been closed?
It's been closed since
Approximately.
approximately a year and a half, closer to 2 years maybe,
Okay.
at this point.
So Mr. Tomalaris is out and gone, nothing to do with the place anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. He is,
I mean,
Yes.
other than serving craft beers, what are you doing differently? Because you have a DJ, you have a jukebox, you
we will not
you
have a
have
DJ.
security guards only as needed, which is another concern, because I don't see a security plan whatsoever.
The security guards as needed is to address occasions where we have festivals in Rochester. For example, like Lilac Festival, the Jazz Festival, things like that. So if the security was needed, they would hire a security company to do that.
And-
So they won't have security guards on a regular basis, but as needed when they participate in a large-scale festival where there's a lot of public traffic, that may be difficult for the owners themselves, you know, with a full bar to be able to secure that everybody is safe and checking IDs.
So other than that, given the history of this place, you have no plans to have any security, except during those instances?
we feel if run properly, we shouldn't need the security. It's only deemed for 85 people in the establishment, so it's not a large building.
This neighborhood isn't known for bar fights or, you know, drug use, any danger of any type. So that would be the reason that they didn't feel separate security was necessary. It's not a bad neighborhood. They did have underage sales with the former owner. He had a history of problems with his licenses, and that's why most of the employees that were there left by far. If you look at the record of what happened with Mr. Tomalaris, he basically was operating, you know, having teenagers and underage and after-hours club. It was a completely different business, not even attempting to comply with the law. And what he did has no bearing on them operating a tavern at this location. The location isn't a problem. They have no relationship to him in the way he operated. And, you know, we hope that the board's not going to attribute what this other owner did. We do understand that the one of the principals did work there, but this is a neighborhood with a whole bunch of bars. It would make sense that people that were in the industry would be interested in being an owner of an establishment that came for sale or for lease in that same neighborhood.
But the history of the prior owner and the prior bar, while showing that the prior owner had absolutely no intent on following the law, the location itself was a problem. And I can read you the synopsis. In May 10th, 2015, fights out in front of the place. May 24th, 2015 into May 25th, 40 to 60 people fighting on the sidewalk. So that, to me, is a problem location, not just a problem owner. And it doesn't mean that I would not put another tavern there, but another tavern without security at all, except on festival days, is a concern with a DJ.
There's no DJ.
There's no
There's no
DJ.
DJ.
We're not allowed to have a DJ according to the lease.
Well, your application indicates you are having one.
We have in there, and again, to deal with festivals, that when they have one of these large-scale festivals, from time to time, they may have music outside if they get a permit from the city. So they wanted to disclose the possibility that they may do that over the term of the license. But there's not a DJ inside. This isn't a dance club or a nightclub. That's mostly, like I said, to deal with festivals and especially outside.
I don't know.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
It seems to me that all the violations, while there was one sale to minor in August of 13, and you left in, I think, September of 13, and as you just stated, you had nothing to do with that sale. You were there a year before. You worked there a year from, I think, August of 2012 to September of 2013. So you worked there like a year, and there's no penalties. It looks like all the penalties and violations and so forth occurred after you left, which would give the appearance of the place really going downhill after you left. I read your statement. Seems to me that you've learned pretty well about everything to do, not to do, I should say, in running a business like this. So I do share the chairman's concern about security. So I would vote to approve, but I on the condition that you have security on weekends, at least, like, let's say for a year, you can come back and petition us to raise that, to lift that requirement, as long as you have a spotless license.
Okay, that wouldn't be a problem.
That would be
What are your hours, or potentially?
4:30 p.m. to 2 a.m. Then weekends, noon to 2 a.m.
Monroe County is a 2 a.m. county, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
All right, I'll approve based on Commissioner Ford's stipulation, and I also would ask that you amend your personnel statement to indicate that you worked at this place for a
Absolutely.
year prior to that. So I'll approve on those grounds.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't have any other items in Buffalo, so we'll go to Albany. And the first item there is 250 Pure Hospitality Group, LLC.
Good morning, Thomas McAllen. Good morning, Commissioner Ford, Chairman Bradley. I do not represent the licensee before you, Pure Hospitality. I represent the prospective applicant at the location. The license was canceled. We've entered into a purchase of the lease for the space, and this charge came through. So I'm just kind of making certain that we can keep the path clear for the new application moving forward. The only connection between Pure Hospitality, who had its license canceled, and my client will be purchase of the lease only.
So you want to make sure we're not going to revoke?
I want to make sure no revocation, no prescription, none of the trip hazards moving forward.
Okay. Yeah, I'll cancel and bond.
Agreed,
Or
cancel.
no bond available, right, Jackie?
No bond available.
So just cancel. And you can come down here next time. Is there a reason you're in Albany?
Well, when you have a wholesale
Is it our
bureau
breath?
investigation, it tends to do this to your schedule, but in the end, it all worked out.
All right.
I thought his GPS was off, just.
Yeah, you get lost on the way here.
No, not a chance.
Thank you.
And I have one other matter.
I'm calling that last,
You're a champ.
because you should spend some time in Albany. The next item is 180 Dirty Laundry, LLC.
This is a conditional no contest plea, failure to report a trade name. As I put in the paperwork, they've been licensed 10 years with no adverse condition. I have filed for the assumed trade name certificate. I'm waiting for its receipt, so I will be amending the license certificate. And I respectfully request perhaps a reduction, $1,500 for a single violation over 10 years seems a bit steep.
What were they calling themselves?
Southwest 4th Bar, something to that effect.
I'll go to 1,200.
1,200 it is.
You guys are champs. Thank you very much.
Let's see if everyone says that today.
The next item is 223 Bagicha Singh.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. I'm Lisa Husted, here to speak on behalf of Bachika Singh, who is here with me.
Yes.
Thank you for your consideration in this matter. I'd like to address the decision of the board with a few points. Starting off with the comments that were made about the store that he had and the violations that were there. Corrections have been made to all those violations, and that now Mr. Singh and/or his wife are the only persons ever permitted to run the cash registers. There have been no further violations or sales of tobacco or alcohol since that 2005 incident. And there was again one incident in 2001 and one 2005. There's no longer employees there that do any cash register work. They only help stock groceries and clean the store and other things. They do not work the cash register. And the other matter where he had the bar Spilkas, the bartender there was faked, was fooled by a fake ID. It was not Mr. Singh. And on that location where he hopes to open the liquor store, Starch Street Liquor, it will not be a liquor store where people could go in. It is only to be through a window. Mr. Singh himself will be the only person operating there, as his wife will be running the grocery store at that time. He will have a stock person to gather any of the requested items, but he will be the only person selling. It's only intended to be open from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m., closing early in that neighborhood. And again, with no customers inside, it's a far safer approach to that location. The last line, it said something about his character and fitness. I would like to say that he is the only store in the area with a WIC license that's never had any violations whatsoever. Amazing character. He's always on time with all of his we do his tax work at Taxmaster. He's always on time and very, very, very good about it. He has taken the training on how to sell and what to sell. In his grocery store, the beer is on the far side of the store. People would have to walk all the way past the cash register to a closed corner to get to the beer. So he's very conscientious about that. Again, no employees at the cash register. And we do feel there's a high need in the area for a liquor store, as a lot of the people in that area do not own vehicles. They have to walk approximately 2.5 miles to get to a liquor store, and he hears constantly his neighbors and friends really wish that he could open this as soon as possible. So we're looking for your questions from that point forward.
This is this where Spilka's used to be? Is
It
it the
is.
same building as Spilka's?
It is.
It's a big college hangout when I was younger, so I know it well.
I remember meeting you there.
Yes.
I
It was on clam. It was on clam night, I think, probably.
There's something we
clams
need to...
and cans, it was.
Actually, no, I don't think I've ever been there. But
Shine that halo, please.
all right.
I will say the bar has been remodeled with the plexiglass put up so that no one can get through and in. The walls are all there, and it'll be like a lobby to walk into to make your purchase, and then you won't be able to go shopping in there.
So this is going to be a bulletproof location.
It is.
Yeah. I don't think there's
Cameras
any.
are already installed, all the renovations are already done.
There's no other bulletproof stores in Utica that I know of.
There are not.
It would be the only one.
I mean, he's had some... Every time he's had a license, he's had significant problems.
Well, to be held accountable, yes, there was a bartender that sold to minors.
Well,
It did-
but the bartender works for him.
It did,
So,
and
I understand that the bartender is the one selling to the underage person, but at the end of the day, it's his place. And he also had a problem when he was when he had the restaurant wine before it was an OP, and then he also had a problem at the grocery store beer.
That's why the changes have been made where there's no longer employees. It's only him because he doesn't want those to count on anybody. He can't count on them, so he's not. He's doing it himself. And his wife, I will say.
So he's not had any violations, since 2007?
7?
Is that what I'm looking at?
That is correct.
No, 9.
2009, because we took it in 2010.
November of 2009. And then he hasn't had a license since then.
No, not at Spilka's. Spilka's
So
closed.
it's easy not to get in trouble if you don't have a license.
Yeah.
But he hasn't had any troubles at the grocery store either.
Yeah.
He still holds that license.
Right.
In those operating hours, only 1 p.m. to 8 p.m., and that's Tuesday through Sunday.
And you're going to be the sole employee, Mr. Singh?
So he's going to have someone there to help stock, but he'll be the only one operating the cash register. He can't leave the cash register while someone goes and gets the bottle that someone's asking for. You know, I mean.
Ready, Chairman?
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I'm just looking at protests. I see I have a couple of objections here, but they're from stores that are on the other side of the arterial and actually quite a distance away. Doesn't seem like it's 0.8 miles, but there's a lot of city between there and there.
And the arterial.
And the arterial, yeah. And he's not by the bridge either. The walking bridge is, I think, is a little further north, so. I'm willing to approve based on the fact that he hasn't had any problems with his other license for the past 7 or 8 years. If he had, I would vote to deny. This will be the only bulletproof store, like I said, in Utica, so I think you should be able to handle keeping things from getting out of hand. So I would vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to deny. We canceled a license at this location by this individual in 2010. He's had other negative history with other licenses he's had, and we also just licensed the store 1.7 miles away in Utica back in May. So right now, on character and fitness as well as there's no public convenience and advantage to adding another store at this time, so I'm going to vote to deny.
Here you go.
So it's 50-50 vote, or is that the
It's
decision?
a tie vote, so it's deemed as a disapproval.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
The next matter in Albany is number 230, BL Chateau LLC.
Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, good morning. My name is Sean May, Lenan and Fallon. I'm here this morning with Jennifer Foy, the principal, and Edward Foy, the sommelier, the wine guy at the BL Chateau restaurant. This is an application for a small wine store.
Is there any, are there any opposition up there?
There's no opposition present.
No, Chairman, we read the opposition letters. No one has appeared today, but the letters seemed confused about what we were trying to do, our method of operation. The gross sales letters that get sent to these package stores indicate that we were trying to open a package store. It's a form letter, but That's not our method of operation. That's not what we're trying to do. I think those objection letters are misplaced. If they knew our method of operation, and indeed one store we did talk to said she wouldn't protest.
The closest one.
The closest one, yes.
Okay, can you just go through your method of operation quickly?
Yes, Chairman. The Chateau on the Lake restaurant, which the principal also owns, has a award-winning high-end wine list. The customers of the restaurant have expressed a desire. The customers, the new homeowners, the year-round residents, the seasonal residents have expressed a desire to be able to buy that wine in Bolton Landing. It's the high-end wine. It's expensive. It's sensitive. The local stores don't carry this product.
What price point are we talking about?
The average price point of a retail sale would be around $75.
Okay, and it's 80 square feet?
It's only 80 square feet. It'll be temperature controlled. Yeah, the product is just not offered in the tri-state area, as I'm
Okay.
told.
Unless you have questions, I'm ready.
Do you expect your business to come from the Sagamore?
Yes, sir. Yep. Sagamore as well is our customer base. We built a pretty good following of that second homeowner, and we've gotten the people out of their lake houses to come in for fine dining. And our average price point in our restaurant's $110 in the summer and $90 in the winter. So we get a very affluent customer that just wants to spend money on higher product. It's a transition the town and Bolton's going through altogether.
Yeah. You ready? Mm-hmm. Yeah. At only 80 square feet, I will vote to approve.
I'll vote to approve as well, given your business model is obviously unique compared to every other competing liquor store in the area, and you're only asking for a wine license, and it's all going to be high price point wines, and as Commissioner Ford pointed out, it's only 80 square feet. I find that there is a public convenience and advantage, so I'll approve.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Are there any other items in Albany?
Yes, there's one more.
Oops, sorry. Hello, I'm Christopher Moroni.
Hold on,
What number are you?
Janae, what's the number?
The number is 00231, Lakeland Liquors.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, I'm Christopher Moroni, Lakeland Liquors, doing business as Liquor, Wine, and Moonshine. I'm relocating my store half a mile up the road from where it's present now.
Can you tell me why?
Well, I was renting, and now I own the building.
And what's the difference in size of the one you're moving into?
The one I'm moving into is 1,800 square feet, and the one I was in was 1,000 square feet.
And how much of the 1,800 square feet is storage?
Roughly 500. I'm storing behind my racks. I pulled my racks out and stored behind them.
You're just down the road from the State Fair.
Yep, I'm actually 1.5 miles from the State Fair. I was 1 mile from the State Fair.
You're actually moving further away from it.
Correct.
And just for the record, there are no protests from the surrounding liquor stores. And the 4 closest stores will remain the same.
Ready? Yeah, I vote to approve. I don't see the big deal.
I'll vote to approve as well. As I said, the 4 closest stores remain the same, so your competitors are not changing, and you're only moving 0.8 miles away, and you're moving into a building that's approximately the same size retail space, so I'll vote to approve.
May I say it? May I say it? You guys are champs.
2 for 2. Why don't you hang around a little while?
I'm out of here, I got my answer, thank you.
I don't have any other items in Albany.
Yes, all the items are complete.
Thank you.
The first item in New York City is 232 Bricks NYC LLC.
Your opposition.
No, and we didn't receive anything, so. Is there opposition here? Oh, you're the opposition. Is there a reason we didn't get anything?
I just got the case
Okay.
2 days ago, so. Robert Romano, I'm here.
Is the applicant here?
I don't think they said-
Well, why don't we wait for them? It is still a little bit early, so. Is that all right?
All right, then we'll skip over to, the next item is 213 and 214, Sommelier Imports, Inc.
Good morning again. Robert Romano. I'm here with Amir Ruiz, who is the principal of Sommelier Imports and Incorporated, and he is here today. We had previously submitted an offer for cancellation and bond for his wholesaling wine business. But we come to you today to explain his circumstances, to see if you would accept possibly a monetary fine in lieu of a cancellation and bond.
How much?
And we leave that to your determination. But Mr. Ruiz has got
Wait, a monetary fine instead of the bond, but still cancellation? Okay.
instead of the cancellation.
Oh, okay.
Instead of the cancellation. He had been charged with incorrect price postings, a significant amount. It had gone on for a long period of time, and I think he would like to explain to you why it happened and how it will not happen again. In addition, to explain to you the relative small size of his business and how any monetary fine will affect him severely. But I know wholesaling fines can be severe. In this case, his net on his New York sales are roughly about $30,000 a year. Would you like to explain your?
Yeah, I'm one-man operation. I used to have another salesperson, but when Consul here told me that I was supposed to relinquish the license, it's just back to me being the only person. And back in 2 years ago, and so or my accountant quit. So a lot of the stuff, a lot of the postings, a lot of the stuff I didn't do because I wasn't very familiar with that. So in December, when I had the first meeting with the investigators, with them, I agreed to make sure that I was being compliant. And since that December forward, I've been compliant. I even actually gave them a couple of the months afterwards, so they could see that I was compliant.
Really did not get any gain by his incorrect
Yeah.
postings.
But
Go ahead. No, counsel, I just want to make very clear, though, this is not just regarding the price. Okay.
Well, that's where my question was going. Where's he been running the business since May of 2015?
I moved to a new location, 4 blocks from where I used to be before. Where I used to do before, they sold the whole floor, and according to the lease, the original lease was not with me. The name of the company changed in 2008, so it was under them. I never saw the lease, so when I took over, the lease is that as soon as they told us to move, we had to move. So I didn't have enough time to move, and it took me 3 or 4 months. And my sales were not that good, so I was trying to look for a location that was not gonna.
But then you filed a renewal a year and a half later and put the old location on the renewal application.
Yes, because that was the thing is that when I try to, it said in the paperwork, if you want to change the location, you have to file first and then have them call and change the location. But by that time, I already had the investigation going on. So by Consul, they said that the best thing to do was to give in the license before we did anything else. So that's why the change of address hasn't been done.
Do you have
Somebody told you to put in October of 2016 when you renewed the license, somebody told you to put down that you were still at the old location?
No, the paperwork there says that any changes in address has to be done, not on the application, but.
Well, it can be done at the same time, though.
No.
No, not at the renewal, but you
No,
can,
not at the renewal, you cannot. You have to call in and then submit the paperwork to do the address change. But by that time.
have you done that yet?
No, because by console, they said that the investigation was.
Well, that was October of this year. All right, I get that. That I get.
You don't have any other unauthorized sales to anyone else except to M&S Wine? Is that what I'm seeing here?
Yeah, that was the problem.
that
I
true?
was, I wasn't, because it's only me, I was trying to do as many sales as possible. I only sell between 15,000 to 18,000 a month. And I only do wine, I don't have any liquor, so only do.
So how did this happen? So the posting, the selling at less than the price posted,
The thing is that every year, especially with Argentina and Spain, every year because of their inflation and all that, the prices change a lot. So what I usually gave the prices to the person who was handling the postings, but then by the time those things happened, I didn't have anybody doing that, so nobody was doing it. So
you weren't posting at all?
no, I was posting every month, but I wasn't doing the update.
He wasn't updating.
So you were just posting it on the last price?
Yes, I was just reposting.
And you did that for 2 years? No, it looks like
A year plus something like that. Since I lost.
how much, I mean, how much can he pay? I don't know that it's worth,
Well, that's why we're,
okay, we're gonna take a minute. Well, I mean, make an offer to me, because I don't even know, you know what this usually is, and I'm guessing that he can't do that.
do $10,000.
I can't do $10,000. We're gonna have to go up higher than that.
What is the most you'd be able to?
I'm not.
It's supposed to hurt.
Right.
We've recently issued decisions on similar cases here for much, much higher than this.
What can you do where you'll
Well,
still be?
I think the higher I can go is 25,000.
I'll take that.
I'll accept.
I have a question, or maybe it's for you, I don't know. We had submitted for a cancellation. Is it possible that, because I need to continue to
No,
have
they-
a license?
They're
Yeah,
saying
that's
they'll-
what this is.
They're saying they'll accept if you have to pay them a $25,000
okay.
fine,
And
and you'll continue, and he will submit the address change promptly.
Good.
And you're gonna get them in compliance on the posting.
Oh, it's already in compliance since
It's ready.
December 2015. The original
16.
investigator, 16?
15.
Yes.
15. Because this happened when I talked to investigators in November, they had me submit the posting for December and for February of the following year to make sure that I was being compliant. And I've been doing it ever since myself because.
All right, well, have him look at it. All right, thank you. So 25,
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 246 McHale's Restaurant Incorporated.
We submitted an offer for a letter of warning on this.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you, Bill.
All right, the next item is 225 100 Lafayette Street LTD.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, officers of the authority. Ben Savitsky with Bernstein Rado on behalf of licensee 100 Lafayette Street Limited. We're here today to request that the board vacate the cancellation order and bond claim against the licensee. This was as a result of a default. The licensee was charged in 2016 with a failure to comply with the municipal notice provisions of the ABC law because they submitted a late 30-day notice to the community board. The license was eventually renewed. The community board submitted a waiver of the notice provision. That's really not why we're here. About a month after the license was renewed, the licensee and their landlord could not come to an agreement on a lease extension, so they vacated the premises and stopped operating. After that, the notice of pleading came to the licensed premises. They weren't there. They didn't get it. They did not appear. They did not make any arguments against the claim against them. So we're here just to ask that a monetary fee be imposed instead of a cancellation order.
Are they open now? Oh, no, we canceled them, so they're not. Why didn't you turn the license in?
I believe the license was surrendered.
No, I mean, why didn't they when they closed?
I believe they did after they closed.
Was the license?
2 months later, in July. You said they went out in May, and in July they surrendered the license.
That's why there's this confusion, which is why we canceled it. I'll reopen to accept $500, only to accept $500, though.
That's fine. Thank you.
Exactly what I was thinking, yes.
All right, the next item I have is 228 Supernatural Wine Incorporated and Supernatural Wines NY LLC.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Ford, Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the applicant. This is premises, currently has a wine and beer license that they've had since 2014. We applied for change of class to full liquor, appeared before you. Mr. Chairman, you voted to approve that application. Commissioner Kim voted to disapprove, so we had a technical denial, not on the merits. When we came back to you, in light of the fact that the community board had originally recommended disapproval, Mr. Chairman, you suggested that we withdraw and go back to the board. We did. We subsequently did obtain a vote of approval from the community board, subject to stipulations which we executed and which are on file with you. So there is no opposition.
I guess then my next question is, who's the genius that posted all the flyers?
Oh, the flyers that
about the
they were going to run a trivia event in the back. They thought it would just be a fun event. I think they had room for like 8 or 10 people. I got a call from the community board. I called my client. He pulled it down. He said, I don't know. He just thought it would be a fun little thing to do. I think it was on a Sunday night when the place is dead. So they took them down. They didn't do the thing. I don't think there was anything wrong
and
with
the
it.
community board is just, they feel like they were duped, but
well, I don't.
they're very sensitive that way, as you know.
I understand that, but I don't think that they were duped about anything. We operated as a French restaurant. We have had no complaints. We did agree at their request that the Sidewalk Cafe would only have beer and wine, and even though it had a full liquor, we would only serve beer and wine outside.
And close at 11 every night?
Yes, and if all is well, we could always come back to them and ask for liquor outdoors.
All right.
My client, by the way,
Is number 8 in the stipulations? I'm trying to figure out what that means. The licensee will only serve unadulterated alcoholic spirits, for example, as aperitifs or digestives. Does that mean no shots? Is that what they're basically
correct,
saying?
no shots. And
Can they just
no
say no
mixed drinks.
shots?
Speak
Same
to
thing.
Mr. Carter Booth about that.
All right.
All right, I'll approve under the stipulations.
I approve if the licensee has agreed to all the stipulations as well.
Thank you.
Next item is 172 675 Hudson Vault LLC.
Donald Bernstein, on behalf of the licensee, this is a disciplinary. There were 3 charges. The administrative law judge found that the charge for disorderly premises was not sustained, so we request that that be dismissed. The 2 charges that were sustained were not having the pregnancy warning sign, which apparently there was a sign there, but it was the wrong size, so that they now have put in the proper one. And the officer testified that she saw some people dancing.
So dismiss 1, sustain 2, sustain 3, 1,500.
Ditto.
Okay.
Next item is 236, Arrow 85 Associates LLC.
This we have offered cancellation and bond.
I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Next item is 203, Ethics Bar and Lounge Incorporated. You want to hold that over for Mr. Mailer? All right, we have 224, New York Discount Liquors, Inc.
Good morning, Francis Buscemi, the licensee. With me today is Ms. Chen, the licensee, applicant, and
Hang on 1 second, please.
son, in case.
Hold on 1 second. He's grabbing the
Sure.
paperwork.
224? Continue, sorry.
Morning again. This is a request for reconsideration concerning the disapproval of a removal application for a removal from 590A New York Avenue in Brooklyn to 596-98 New York Avenue. The board voted to disapprove on October 25th of 2016. I listened. I wasn't the attorney of record at the time. There was a representative.
I just watched it this morning.
And I watched it, and it seemed that there was concern over the timing of the events.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, and I watched it, and then I remembered it, and I don't know that I was aware at the time that he purchased another liquor store. That's correct? This is a purchase of an existing.
This was the purchase of a store, yeah.
All right,
I
but
know,
then-
it was very confusing. I was here that day,
But,
Mr. Chairman.
but then it still didn't make sense to me why, why when he got his license approved, it wasn't even mentioned during the approval that he wanted to move, which he had to have wanted to do at that time.
Yeah, it was in the works as far as negotiating the lease, and I went to the attorney, I went to the rep first that had handled the removal and spoke to him, and then I went to the attorney, Jay Park, and you have Jay Park's statement in here, his affirmation as attorney, to try to piece this together to see what had happened. And it was clear that they were Mr. Park handled the purchase of the existing liquor store. He handled the license application for the transfer to New York of the business, the liquor store business, and he was handling at the same time the negotiation of the lease. This liquor store transaction to purchase the liquor store was not contingent upon any kind of removal. I've done a number of these over the years, and normally when I have a transaction like this, I have it right in the contract, and my deal is subject to us getting removed, or else we don't want the deal.
That's why I was confused,
and
because
that's-
that would have been the prudent thing to do.
And
I
apparently,
guess.
that was simply not the case here. The business was being purchased regardless of the removal. The license, the lease was being negotiated for the 596, 598 address at the time that everything else was happening, but the lease itself wasn't completed. And I gave you Mr. Park's statement, and I also gave you, and the best I could do was piece together an email until like July 5th or 6th was the date that the lease came back, the final draft of lease. So this deal closed before that. There was always the possibility that the lease for the new place was not, wasn't going to be executed, and they would be left at 590A. And that's basically what happened. They wanted to proceed. The seller wanted to close. Ms. Chen wanted to close. She closed. There was the issue about putting the license into safekeeping. And I think what was also an issue for the board was what was going on with the leases. So I went myself back to the landlord, and we put them back in 590A. And the license was taken out of safekeeping, and business is being conducted at 590A. You made a comment, Mr. Chairman, about, well, this is probably something the landlord, this is not your idea, this is the landlord's idea. The landlord wants to move you. And I think you had the impression that 590A was already going to be taken by another tenant, which is not the case. She's back in 590A, and the Liquor Authority has the agreement that was entered into with the landlord, which provides that business, that we're going for reconsideration, that business will be conducted at 590A. While she's conducting business at 590A, she has to pay the rent at 596 is a little higher. She has to pay the new rent for the 590A address while this is all pending. If it works out, the
So you mean that lease was not even contingent upon her moving? She's stuck with that lease no matter what happens here?
Which lease?
The new one.
596.
No. I worked that into our agreement.
Okay. So if this gets rejected, she then goes back to her old rent?
She is at 590A. That's where she
Okay.
is now. That will remain in effect. If this gets approved, 590A will be terminated and 596 will be effective. And the way we were able to negotiate that was have her pay the little higher rent, which is attributed to the 596 address, for her 590A address while we're pending. So it worked out for the landlord, it worked out for us.
Okay.
But I think it's clear.
All right, so I was confused previously. I'll based on your representations, I'll open for reconsideration.
And again, we're going from
70 feet, right?
70 feet, we're going from an 800 square foot store to a 975 square foot store.
And I note that there were no protests previously.
This is purely really for more storage room. The other space, the basement is 200 square feet. It's very small.
I'm sorry, there were protests previously.
Yes, there were.
But you are moving 70 square feet. There was it's an existing store. The same competitors are going to be the same competitors, and
this would be a neighborhood removal, what's considered a neighborhood removal.
I don't see it affecting anybody negatively.
$70 feet is like what? The length of this room?
No, 70.
Stores or something like
70,
that.
right?
It's 2 stores away.
Yeah,
from
70
where they
feet.
are now.
So I'll vote to approve on those grounds.
Same here. I vote to approve.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, the next item is 217, 1229 HW Corp.
Who's waving at us?
My name is Cecilia Fonseca, and I'm translating on behalf of Ms. Adriana Bonet.
On behalf of?
Adriana Bonet.
So the community board is adamantly opposed to this. Is she aware of that?
Estuve en una reunión pública.
No, because she was in a public meeting.
Y habían más de 20 personas y todas dijeron sí, y hubieron dos que dijeron que no y una sí.
And there was 20 people, and they did say yes. Nobody had opposed.
Only dos que dijeron que no.
Only 2 that said no,
Y otro que se pasó.
and 1 that said.
I do note that the community board letter of objection does not state why. They state that it's in a residential area where the neighborhood is primarily comprised of 1- and 2-family homes, but they don't state a specific reason why they object. Am I missing something?
Enseguida hay una licorera, un laundry.
Nope, you are not.
She said that right next to where she would like to open up the business, there's only a laundromat. There isn't any other liquor store around her.
Yeah. The previous license was canceled back in July. She had nothing to do with that.
La licencia previa fue cancelada en julio. ¿Tú tuviste algo que ver en eso?
Sí, yo estaba ahí, era socia con el otro señor, pero yo salí, ¿cómo se dice?
Oh, I got it.
Estafada.
She was a partner with the president of that business, but he stole her money from her.
But she was a manager, right?
No, she was not the manager.
I think that's why
She
we
was never the manager.
That was the application that was disapproved.
Yeah.
But you were a partner in that business?
Fuiste socia de ese negocio.
Sí.
She was stated as
Pero
a
por
partner
un año,
for about a year.
What year?
en el 2016,
From 2015 to 2016.
septiembre.
Around September.
So as a partner, what was her role?
Entonces, ¿cuál fue tu era lo que tú tenías que hacer como
Ya, no, lo que pasa es que el señor me habló con muchas mentiras, el socio, y yo no sabía todos los enredos que él tenía y se perdió pues todo lo que yo invertí. Ahora quiero abrirlo de nuevo. Yo hablé con el Lalo que lo vi ahí afuera porque el lugar estaba cerrado y él me dijo que me da la oportunidad.
He had spoken to her with a lot of lies. She was under the circumstance that she was just going to help him, but they never explained to her thoroughly any of the paperwork, and they never gave her any questions.
Was she ever there helping to run the business?
¿Estuviste presente para operar el negocio?
Pero con el socio ahí, a veces iba, no todas las veces.
It was here and there that she would stop by, but she was not always present.
Okay. Was she an investor?
Yes, she was.
Okay.
And when did she become an investor? Back in 2015?
¿Cuándo fue que tú invertiste la plata en el 2015?
De 2015 a 2016.
In the year of 2015 to the year 2016 was when she had the money.
Because he didn't file telling us that she had invested until 2016.
Él nunca avisó que tú habías puesto la plata hasta el 2016. La persona de la corporación nunca.
No, él me pidió $10,000, yo solamente le di 5.
He had asked her for 10,000. She only gave him 5,000.
Well, that doesn't really answer my question. This is a license. When you buy into a business, you have to apply to us to tell us you're doing it.
Okay. Él nunca notificó de que usted iba a estar presente por eso es que él está pasando. Él nunca apareció, nunca les informó a ellos que tú ibas a estar presente.
No sé.
Ahí es donde entró el enredo.
Ajá.
Okay. She was never, they had spoken to her saying that they were going to handle the paperwork. However, she was never notified of anything.
Did
They
she
took her money and
did she sign when he did decide that he was going to tell us and apply for a corporate change? Did she sign that paperwork?
cuando él decidió notificarles, ¿tú firmaste algún papel?
Notificarle a quién.
Cuando ellos iban a notificar al autoridad ¿tú firmaste algún papel de cambio de corporación?
No me acuerdo.
¿No te acuerdas si firmaste algún papel?
No, no me acuerdo.
No, she did not.
Did she ever see it?
¿Ellos te enseñaron algunos papeles? No, they did not.
Corporate change.
Because she has a criminal record and it was not mentioned on that paperwork.
Dice que tú tienes un récord criminal y nunca fue.
Change
eso
application
nunca
requires,
pasó.
we have her.
Say that again.
We have her signature, I believe it's her signature on the corporate change application.
I'm sure we do.
No por ninguna parte. Entonces yo contraté un abogado.
Looks
para
close.
que me ayudara porque yo no sabía
It does?
qué hacer, porque
That's in October
mi
2015.
nombre.
Okay, when first they never asked her if she had any criminal record, and when she went to go look back, the name that they filed it under is not her name.
Yo soy ciudadana
She
americana.
is a citizen, and she had to, in that
Pero-
time, get an attorney because when she looked back at the papers, the person has nothing to do with her. She is not the name on that file, on that paper,
On the criminal record paper?
on that criminal record paper.
She never went by the name Gilma Bolivar.
Nunca
Es que
fuiste
yo
por
no
ese
soy
nombre.
Gilma Bolívar, yo soy
No.
Adriana
A personal
Bolívar.
questionnaire.
Then why is it submitted to us now?
Entonces, ¿por qué está sometido ahora?
Está sometido ahí porque el abogado, yo tuve un caso, pero ese caso O sea, ese caso, ese nombre no es mío.
She
Es
signed
mío,
this, so.
Adriana Bonet.
That name, she has that paper there because the attorney is the one that helped her with it, but she is not that person. Her name is Adriana Bonet.
I know what her name is, but I also know that frequently when these events occur, names change. The one thing that doesn't change are fingerprints. And typically, when you get your record, it's through fingerprints.
Pero yo era, ¿cómo voy a cambiar si yo soy ciudadana americana? Hace muchos años, desde el 91. Y cuando yo fui por el certificado ¿cómo es? El certificado, ese no me lo entregan porque no salía mío. Entonces tuve que conseguir un abogado. Ahí fue donde él me hizo y me reclamó ese papel. Y yo tengo acá, que aquí dice, este es el original, el liquor license y el certificado original de allá de la
When
corte.
she is a citizen since the year 91. When that happened and she went to go back, the person that was stated there is not her. So her attorney went to pick up the paper for the liquor license, which is I have right here,
El original es ese.
which was certified May 13, 2016
Me lo cogió
for
el
the
abogado.
State Liquor Authority that her attorney picked up for her.
So she's never been arrested.
Sí, estoy arrestada y me pusieron unos cargos que no son los que dicen ahí. Entonces, por eso yo fui a la corte y
¿Por cuánto tiempo te tenía?
No, de un día para otro.
She was arrested for just one day, then the next day she had to go to court.
And what happened?
¿Qué te dijeron en la corte?
Cuando, o sea, me pusieron cargos que yo no eran míos. Entonces, como allá pues, cuando yo
¿Dice que eras inocente?
Sí.
When she went to court, she said that she was not guilty because the person that was there is not hers, so the charges are not hers.
So were they dismissed, or what was the?
Cuando cogieron ahí, cuando yo estaba ahí había varias gente que habían arrestado. Entonces, cuando yo fui allá, me hicieron esto.
¿Pero los cargos se lo quitaron?
Sí, porque esta cosa es para eso.
Yes, there are no charges.
When was this?
Cuando esto
El
pasó,
original, ese me
eso
la
pasó.
recogió el abogado, me dio esto de la corte.
Okay, ¿y cuándo fue que te quitaron los cargos? ¿En esa fecha, en el 92?
Acá en esta fecha, en el 93.
Okay, y eso ellos se dieron al final en esa fecha. They gave her that, they dismissed on April 9th
how to
of
forget it.
96, and her attorney had picked up the paper May 13, 2016.
That is the paper that's in her application that says her name is Gilma Bolivar.
Pero ese no es mi nombre.
Date of sentence 4906 of 96.
She's not Gilma. Her name is Adriana Bonet.
All right, well, I'm going to suggest that she go back to her attorney and refile, because based on either this application being false or the previous one being false, I'm not approving this on character and fitness.
Yeah, that needs to be straightened out. Okay? Thank you.
You disapproving?
Disapproving,
Thank
yes.
you.
All right, the next item we have is 244, Red Plum 888 Incorporated.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford, staff. May it please the board, Adrienne Hunt on behalf of the licensee, Red Plum 888 Inc. This is a disciplinary matter. We submitted a conditional no contest plea with an offer of $1,000 to settle the charge of nonconformance with local building codes or,
No, it was for charging a cover.
okay, we'll cover charge, but that's.
We're not going to do that anymore, though, right?
No, he's selling the business, and there's a contract of sale with the alcohol license contingency pending, so.
So I'll accept.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
I'll accept.
You are the champion.
I think we're going to require all council to sing a song after going forward.
That's not going to happen.
Okay, next item is 251E, Vicara Partners LLC.
Good morning. This is Joseph Johnson with the applicant,
Good morning.
Gillette.
Morning.
And he's attempting to open up, he wants to open up a restaurant bar. We went to the 500-foot hearing, and everything seemed to go okay there. And Mr. Gillette submitted his statement for the community, and he'll here to answer any questions that you might have.
So the community board appears not to understand what the 500-foot law is, because they think it just shouldn't be granted because it's within 500 feet, but they don't give us any information about what their problem is with the business he wants to open. Are you familiar with what issues they brought up at the meeting?
They didn't. They just had the meeting, they had the 500-foot hearing, and they said nothing else. I tried to explain to him that he's taking over a business that was already licensed. It was still going to be licensed till 2017, and it was already approved by this board in 2015, and that he's opening up a Brazilian restaurant from Belizean restaurant.
Oh, don't mix those two.
So same location, like since 1897, is that what I read?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. The community board's only objection, what I read, is 4 within 500 feet, which I think is incorrect.
They just think that because of that there shouldn't be another license, even though you're telling me this place was licensed last year. It's currently licensed?
Yes.
I see there's a DJ booth there. He doesn't plan on having a DJ? Do you need the booth for the karaoke?
It was there from before, so it was not something that I put there.
I know that. I'm wondering if you can tear it out.
Take it out. Actually, it's removed actually right now. It's just it's moved already. Actually, just a stage with a mic.
Because my concern when we open restaurants, particularly in this neighborhood, is that the people come in here and tell me they're restaurants, and then they end up not being restaurants. And when you have a DJ booth already there, the temptation is to get a DJ. Are you opposition, sir? What? Oh, okay.
So where do you have the karaoke music coming from? Where's that being run from?
It's rock system in the back corner of the room. There's like 3 rooms, and there's a back corner room. And so in the front of the bar here, there's a stage to back by the restroom.
Yeah.
And it has a mic, so the wire runs through to a plug-in system just for the mics.
Okay.
And whatever music system to mix and board or whatever the place is.
So that's remote controllable.
Right.
What I'm saying. Okay. All right.
So we just opened this place in January and shut already? Last January, the guy you're buying it from?
Yes.
So he was open only 9 months? Did we have any problems with him?
I don't think so. Would have listed it.
And you still want to go into this business?
Well, sir, I opened up in October, and I get a lot of positive. Like I said, this is the first and only Belizean restaurant.
Oh, you're selling food right now? Okay.
You have any questions, Chairman?
I just want to find out if we did have any issues with that. Oh, no, I would have it on here, Chris. Yeah, so I don't see any. Yeah, no, we don't have any. So my other concern is, it appears you don't have any experience in this previous, correct? So, and you want to be open before.
But my mom has the experience. So my mom works for kitchens, so it's something new. And from her experience, she had it from back home, from wherever from.
But she ran a restaurant?
Yes, back home in my country.
Okay. Is she here? No, I don't have anything else then.
I'll vote to approve. I don't really see any problem at all.
So I'm going to vote to approve as well. The community board was against this, but they didn't really specify why, other than the fact that it's within 500 feet of other bars. This is going to be focusing on Belize food, correct? Which is and there's no other restaurant in the area that serves food from that?
No restaurant in the whole New York State area.
So, pardon me?
Yeah,
The DJ booth removed?
Yeah, I'll do that. So, so based on that, I find that there is a public interest in adding this restaurant. I do ask that you get rid of the DJ booth. Okay, no, don't put it back. And that the stipulation also is that there be no DJ, no live music, no promoters. He can have the karaoke. And the hours are 11 to 4, which is what you asked for. So good luck.
Thank you, Chairman, Commissioner, thank you.
All right, we're going to call now 232 from before, Bricks NYC LLC.
Hello. Could you put your name on the record?
I did.
No, here. You're being recorded right now, so I need to know.
I'm sorry, I'm Beatrice Gutierrez, Bricks NYC LLC.
Okay. And you're looking to move.
Correct.
Can you tell us why you're looking to move?
Our lease at 649 became prohibitively expensive.
Okay, and we do have opposition here, so I'm going to let him go.
Good morning, Robert Romano. I'm here with Jesse Warner Levine, who is the co-owner of a store which is located actually 785 feet away from where the proposed relocation or
What's the name
removal
of this, what's his name?
He is Convive Partners, and I believe he is currently the fourth closest store. And
Alphabet City Wine?
no, Convive Partners.
Am I in the, what?
I don't see it.
It's at 196 Avenue A.
I don't even have him as, I don't have him as one of the 5 closest.
Well, he would be, currently he is 1,580 feet as the crow flies, and he would be 785 feet away from the new store.
Why is that, Jackie?
I got no
It
idea.
was a new store, and that's one of the.
When did he get licensed?
He got licensed 61 days ago, November 29th. I believe it's 61 days. And
So he's, give me that address again?
196 Avenue A.
And you're saying he's 700?
785 feet away. I can tell you from my experience with Mr. Warner Levine and his partner, working with them, there were several locations they looked at, alternative locations, before coming to this spot on
The board
Avenue A.
approved this March of 2016, so it wasn't until recently that he picked up the license. He had to ask for an
Right.
extension on the conditional
Oh,
letter
he just
of
opened.
approval.
Just
Just
opened.
opened.
But that's why I
Oh,
can't believe I didn't remember it, but it's almost a
Sorry.
year old.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
And there
So
was
he,
restrictions too.
when searching for a store, they did, their business model took into account, obviously, where they felt.
Thank you.
Felt they could make it financially, and based on that, he and his partner, both young, first-time entrepreneurs, put their life savings into this new location. And they've gotten off to a relatively rocky start. It took a long time, much longer than they expected to open the store due to, I think, building department regulations. Structural issues with the space. They had to put significantly more money into the space than they anticipated. They did it, and now all they're asking is some time to get their, they're getting their feet wet, and they want some time to build a business and build a clientele. To put this store, to remove this store, we don't object to the store moving. I was looking at the maps, and I feel that, if they moved even a block or two north of where they currently are in the same avenue, we'd have no objection. But moving in a straight line distance halfway to where they are now, it would go from an 8-minute walk to a 4-minute walk, which to a lot of New Yorkers is a decision between going to one store and not. you can explain as far as your decision-making process in the premise.
Yeah, sir. Good morning. My name is Jesse Warner Levine. My feeling is that we were forced to prove that we were going to offer additional service to the community, and I think that by being only open since December 5th was our official day of actually opening the doors, that there's not enough sample size to sort of prove that an additional service is being offered. I just want to have an opportunity to like run a successful business, and part of that is having time to get a good foothold in the community.
But you think that, I mean, she's really not changing neighborhoods, she's literally moving, you know,
half the distance.
right.
She's moving an entire.
I mean,
avenue.
she has a clientele, and you're either going to take that clientele or you're not. I mean, that's the way I look at it, is that she's got an established clientele, whoever it may be, and,
They are also selling similar product lines.
well, I assume everybody in this area is selling similar product line. So now you're saying she's 0.2 miles away from you now, and she's moving to 0.1 miles away.
C and 9th Street to
So she's moving over now.
Right,
an
and it would
avenue.
result in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stores within 1,000 feet.
Right.
So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Gutierrez? You're. So have you looked at other locations besides this?
Yes,
And why did you pick this location?
it was closest to the store that I have now.
How many other places did you look at?
Probably looked at 4.
This didn't require any type of community board notice or input?
No, just public notice. Can I see your map again, Mr. Romano? You have the other stores listed on here too?
I wasn't aware of the store when I.
Well,
applied
because
for the removal.
apparently, I was too, because we licensed him a year ago, but it seems he just opened. Or not a year ago, 11 months ago. All right, so she's moving from your Pen X to your, from here to here.
She's moving actually from there to there.
Okay,
In my client's store.
okay.
And if she moved up the avenue, that's where it would make more sense.
So that's a store.
That's the second.
What's the size of the new place as opposed to your old place?
It's a little smaller, actually. It's probably about 450 square feet.
It says the total area is 375 square feet, consisting of retail space, storage, and restroom. How much of that do you think is going to be retail?
All of it.
All of it?
There's no storage.
Ma'am. All right. Counselor?
No, I still want to,
Oh,
I'm going to need
sorry.
to use that, thanks. I have nothing else.
No, I'm good too.
Whenever you're ready.
All right. I understand the concern of 190, of the one protest, but still, I think moving 1,000 feet away, I think she will take her current business with her, hopefully for her. And so I vote to approve.
I'm going to vote to approve as well, based on what Commissioner Ford said, but also looking at the map, she's actually moving further away from all of the other liquor stores that she's already competing with. She's not moving closer to anybody except really your client. Looking at the map, I mean, right now, she's really half a block away from 10th Street and Avenue C Liquor, correct? And you're moving significantly further away from him. And then you're also moving further away from Wine Shop as well as 9th Street. So I don't see that it changing the competitive landscape that much, so I'm going to vote to approve as well.
Hang on, Council. Thank you.
All right, the next item, or items, 251A and 251B, it's 166 WP Hospitality LLC.
Hello.
Good morning. I just want to note for the record, obviously, as I was the ALJ in this case, I've obviously recused myself from any consideration and will continue to recuse myself as this is debated today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Good morning. My name is Rosa Ruiz, and this is the licensee and prior. There were charges that were submitted. 3 of the charges were withdrawn, and some of them were sustained, to which I submitted a controversion.
When did you submit that? Because, oh no, I do have it, I'm sorry. I mean, I don't know what you expect us to do here. I mean, I'll sustain charge 1, in the first proceeding, sustain charge 1, 2, and 3. In the second proceeding, charge 1, 2, and 3 were withdrawn, and then sustain charge 4. Is this place for sale?
It was at one time, and he's actually working out a deal now to sell it again.
I mean, he's had 2 years of really bad events.
Okay. And those matters were settled, and a lot of those reports were not, entirely accurate, which is why he started keeping the video footage, so that if a police referral was sent, he was able to defend himself to show that it wasn't in fact true, which is why the SLA withdrew 3 of those charges once I was able to show the video footage that it didn't actually occur at his.
But you're missing the 10 charges that were in 2015 and 2016. I mean, we fined him, he was fined $10,000 on February of 2016. One of these events, which means somebody came in here and we accepted $10,000 fine for numerous charges of assaults, failure to supervise, disorderly premises. They then went back to work, and on February 17th, had another problem of a disorderly premises a day later. Failure to supervise. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do here. This has been, it's been 18 months of pure chaos.
I understand, which is why he changed a lot of the ways that he handles things, and he doesn't have any of those instances.
He had 16 referrals to us in 1 year.
But they were not heard. And that's why he has the video footage. They were not adjudicated, no charges were brought forward. The police department never ever gave him any fines.
Well, that's irrelevant to me whether they fined him or not. The fact is that they sent us what went on, and that, and that given with the other charges that we did sustain, which is, I'm not going to read them all here. I already read some of them, but they're all bad. He had a disorderly premises on November 15th of 15th, on 12/30 of 15, on 1/2 of 16. All of those were sustained charges. He paid $10,000 for that.
From 16? No.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's what I have on my on his negative history. He also had disorderly premises on July of 2015. That's why I don't know what you want me to do here, because to me this is an automatic cancel and bond. Unless somebody came in here and gave me some...
The charge that was from 2015 were the charges that were withdrawn.
No, you're talking about the events of the hearing that we're here for today.
Chairman, there was another pleading that was withdrawn.
That could be, but what I'm reading is their negative
I think
history.
that's what she's referred to. There was a separate, but that's not what the chairman's talking about.
I mean, that was my point, I guess, that I'm making is when they came in here in February of last year and got a $10,000 fine, that was their last chance. And then 24 hours later, they had a disorderly premise again, which got sustained by the ALJ. And then they got a focal point of police attention in July of last year.
The focal point was combined with the July 10th incident, which what's his name? Lasatosa put on there and added an extra charge because he thought that they were a focal point because of the July incident, and then once when we were able to show
Well, the
July-
focal point isn't just one incident. The focal point is a collection of incidents, which they clearly have here. I mean, you're not giving me anything to help you.
I do not want to have a cancellation in bond. What I'm trying to explain is a lot of the police reports that were submitted to the SO
And that's
were
not the way you want to go, because based on what they've already paid us for, I don't believe you. Because the history here that they've already admitted to with us would indicate that this place is out of control.
Okay.
So the fact that you're telling me the police are not going to his place, that the evidence doesn't support that.
Okay. The police are designated to be there because it's a downtown City of White Plains Entertainment District. They're there every single week because of all the establishments that are in that immediate vicinity. They're not there because of him.
But are you telling me then that these disorderly premises charges that they admitted to are not theirs?
Those were settled with the authority. And then since then.
Right, but they settled them, but then they kept behaving the same way. Do you see the pattern here?
I understand what you're saying, but that's not, they weren't keeping the same pattern. They actually changed the ways that they were operating the establishment so that they wouldn't have any incidents.
But they had another one the next day. They paid the $10,000 on 2/16 and they went back, and on 2/17 the police were there again and they got charged by us, which was sustained. That's my point, is that how many chances.
I'm asking for one last.
Well, I can't, you're not giving me any reason to give it to you.
He's looking to sell the establishment. He doesn't want to be there.
What are they
anymore.
doing with security? What are they doing with, this is, I haven't heard anything, so I mean, I don't know what you.
He has hired security. He has closed his back door so that so there's only one point of entrance and exit. The back door is only for emergency exit so that he can have a better control over the crowd. He bought ID scanners and updates them frequently to make sure that everybody that's going in there is showing the proper identification. He has implemented new ways so that he doesn't have any more things happen at his place.
My only question here is that the first charge, first proceeding of gambling on premises.
There's no gambling.
No, you're reading the wrong case.
Is that the wrong, 11?
You're at 108? Where are you getting the gambling?
Some premises, 10849.
I'm sorry, that's not mine.
Oh, that's just he's quoting the law. Or suffer and permit such premises to become disorderly. That's what he's
Okay.
focusing on.
Okay, all right. I misread, I withdraw that.
No.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
No, that appears to be not a problem there. One of the
One of the things that's not a problem, okay. I share the chairman's perplexion here. I don't know what you want us to do. I mean, 16 referrals in a year is still a lot. No matter how they were adjudicated, it's still a lot.
I just can't, in my right conscience, given the testimony of the police officers and the obvious misoperation of this establishment,
Excuse
give
me,
another.
I don't mean to cut you off, but as far as the police officer goes, his testimony wasn't completely and totally accurate. One minute, he's saying that he's there every single week, and then another page in the transcript, he fully outright states that he's been on desk duty for over a year.
Well, you're missing the point, though, that I take what he's saying in conjunction with what's happened there in the last year and a half. And I'm focusing more on what's happened there in the last year and a half than what these charges are.
Mhm.
Because all these charges are a continuation, in my view, of what's been going on the last year and a half. And I can't rightfully, given the drain this place must be on police resources, let them stay open. So I'm going to cancel and bond.
I'm asking if we cannot have a cancellation and bond. He's looking to sell the place. He doesn't want to be there anymore.
Well, maybe you can ask for reconsideration and come back with some type of plan, but right now you haven't given me anything, so.
Well, can he explain how he has changed his plan and everything?
No, because that should have been done before we got here, and it should have been done in writing.
Yeah. Cancel and bond.
You are allowed to ask for reconsideration and go down that route.
Mhm. Okay. Can we do a suspension?
No. Ask for the reconsideration. How long until they get this notice, Tom?
Couple weeks.
You need to help me help you, and I'm not going to help you based on the fact that you're begging for a third chance.
I'm asking for one last opportunity.
You're not getting it. You need to come back and show me that something's changed. And him telling me that the back door is shut is not what I'm looking for.
Hired security. He did.
Well, then you need to put that in writing and bring it to us.
But I
Because
have submitted that
what
in
you
writing.
gave me was that the officer lied, but you didn't explain anything about what happened in 2015 and 2016 and why that's not going to happen again. I'm not going to we don't hand out third chances. I am willing to work with the guy, but until somebody gives me some type of security plan that's going to show this isn't going to happen again, I'm not listening to your speculation.
Okay.
You have the right to ask for reconsideration. I would suggest you go put something together and bring it back to us.
All right.
All right, the next item is
That's mine.
190 BK UK Corporation.
I submitted a CMC.
The Sidewalk Cafe is shut?
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept.
Okay.
Accept.
Thank you.
Next item is 218 La Cocina Barrica Inc.
What about 251A? They didn't.
We did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was an extra sheet. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Happy New Year.
What number again?
218.
Number 218.
You have some, is the community board against this or for it?
It's for it. We
Same
actually
confusion.
went to, before the community board on October of 2016. Initially, they had been against it because they didn't have a plan. We submitted a plan to the community board with security guards. Third Security is the security guard company. Plus, they've been operating, closing at 11 p.m. for 7 years, and they're not
Well,
going to...
they were supposed to, but didn't
Oh, no.
they get charged with not closing at
One
11?
night they couldn't, one night as they were ushering people out, it was past 11 p.m.
What time was it?
What was it? What time was it? This is Miss Ayala, Julia Ayala.
No, I
the
remember her.
licensee.
What time was it? I know you're sorry. It's just that
Definitely have learned my lesson. And we submitted in a change in method of operation that had been pending for a while because of the disciplinaries here, which we wanted to see if we can settle both at the same time. deal with the change in method of operation. Plus, I wanted to show something. In the initial application filed 7 years ago as attachment 19 of the application, this is a bar tavern. And I understand that bar taverns are permitted to have a DJ. The change in method of operation, we were requesting DJ, karaoke, and as we recall, in the initial application, there was no place to put that. This is a restaurant bar, but with the bar.
There may not have been a place to put it, but right here on your proposed method of operation, there's a question that says, will the premises have music? And you X'd out no.
That's the original application.
I get that. But you said no, and then you decided to go have the music anyway?
I don't know who filled out that original application.
Well, I get all of that, but you can't sit here and argue to me that something was missing from the original application when in fact you actually said, it says, will the premises have music? It says yes or no, and you X'd out no. That to me means no music.
That's why we're doing a change in method of operation.
I understand that, but that's why you got charged with having a DJ and background music. I mean.
And we're not claiming they weren't there. We're asking to correct the application so that it reflects the intentions of the filer, which closing at 11 was not.
That doesn't, the intentions of the filer were no music.
But the person who filed this just came to me in October when we went before the community board. They had since then had been denied by the community board several times because I think the attorney who was working with this was in communication with Ms. Held. She said, get an approval from the community board, which we did, submitting in a plan, and we're correcting everything that wasn't filed correctly in the initial application and asking that the authority take that into consideration because they want to do the right thing. That's why, you know, we did file a change.
And I appreciate that. The problem is that
And they've been operating, closing at 11 for 7 years. And now they're asking to change the hours because they're not going to survive. They're in the middle of a Latin community that everybody else closes at 2 and 3 and 4, and we've been closing at 11 for 7 years.
But that's what they asked for.
She's claiming that when she filed this application, she didn't know that she had put 11 p.m. because they would never have agreed.
See, here's the problem. That all may be true. But it doesn't give her, and I realize she's sorry, but it doesn't give her the right to ignore that. That's one. Two, it doesn't give her the right to start having music when they initially said they weren't, or a DJ, or to let the place get disorderly. And the problem is now you're asking to change all of this when you went and did it already without even talking to us. And it caused problems. And now you have your local state senator who doesn't want this.
Your local state senator is
From the-
actually,
From the original,
No, didn't we just get this letter?
did you just got another one?
Well, I met with Senator Klein, and he just said he wasn't going to approve any of them. So
Right,
I
mean, the
think
letter's from May, but
Yes, we
it's
met
clear
with
to me
him.
that the community board, or at least members of the community board, have gone to him.
No, it was when we went to him and sat down with him, and he said he wasn't interested in hearing it, that he was just there for the residents, and he wasn't going to approve anything, and he was going to act on it. And I said, well, act on it. You know, people, I think that they've 7 years operating until 11 p.m. in a district where everybody else is operating at a different hour. I think it's unfair. I think they've paid the charge. This is for a business not to survive in that area with that community. And the reason we had this conversation about the change in method of operation, they filed it immediately once we met and discussed what these issues were. They're trying to amend their ways. Contrary to, the obstructions have been removed. Security has been hired. We have a security guard company agreement. Everything that has been asked for, the soundproofing, not the soundproofing, the fireproofing was corrected. We have the receipt. The extinguishers were mounted properly.
And I appreciate all that, but you want me to applaud someone for doing the right thing after we had to drag them in here and fine them in order to get them to do it. Everything you're describing is the way a business is supposed to run, not when we force you to do it. You don't get rewarded for that.
I'm not asking for a reward. I realize.
Well, you are. You're asking for us to now trust the fact that she's been a good citizen for all of 2 months, and to let her stay open till 3 a.m. and let her blast the DJ music and nothing else will happen. And I don't have anything here that supports that argument. I have nothing in the record here that supports that. And in fact, I have your local senator who lives in the area who's telling me and asking me not to do it.
The senator actually says that operating beyond your times has been going on for some time now, not just the one that we're looking into. So,
What I'm saying here is that we're not asking to be rewarded. By being fined, I don't think we're being rewarded.
I'm not fining anybody. You're asking for us to change their license. There's no fine here.
No, but we also had those open disciplinaries that we wanted to.
Well, they're all shut, right? There's no open cases, right?
Because that was supposed to be closed out last year.
I
with the
think it
other-
is. I don't think. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, there's
great.
no
So
open
then they were
cases.
Closed out. You see, I didn't get the right
You
information.
wouldn't
from
be
the
here on
attorney.
this if they were open.
So, we're asking for an opportunity, not a third opportunity. This would be our first opportunity to operate the location as it was, as they had intended when they filed their initial application. I think operating until 11 for 7 years is, I mean, it's clear that they cannot operate in that area that way because the clientele is asking for a different, for longer hours. Their economics are not making it a feasible, if you don't want us to have a DJ, if you don't want us, but the operating hours have got to change. They're not going to survive. And we have not had a significant disciplinary. In the 7 years, they had a couple of issues, but not a significant disciplinary. She's at her location all the time. It's a family-run business. And also, we want to also these people who are not operating properly or keeping their businesses open the way they're supposed to come in and do the right thing and correct it. Not
I don't
because they
know.
were
I don't know
caught,
that
but
they're.
because she wants
I don't know who you're talking about. 1 and 2. I wasn't here when she got 11 o'clock, obviously, because that was 7 years ago. I don't know. These other places may have 3 o'clock, but they're also not here on charges.
I can assure you that if they were open till 11, they'd be here on charges, because closing at 11 p.m. is just untenable economically.
am I reading here that they're okay with these hours, 12 to 3?
Yeah, I apparently.
We were asking for only an extra hour on the weeknights and 2 extra hours on the weekends. So it would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday till 12, till midnight, an extra hour, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday until 3 a.m. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday until 12, which is an extra hour from the 11, and then 3 days till 3 a.m., which is the weekend. Thursday, Friday,
When were these
Saturday.
stipulations entered into? What's the date on them?
October of 2016.
It says 9/29 here.
Where you got the date? Oh, the signature?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had confusion here about whether they were opposed or not also. I don't know where I got that from.
No, I mean, they signed the stipulations, so they're, as long as these stipulations, apparently they're fine with it. I don't know that I am, but they are.
This is a very thorough community board. They had given them a hard time for over a year and a half to change the hours and to make these changes. Now that we presented a plan to the community board, we had many members. It was very contentious. They sat down. Once they saw the plan, it was satisfactory to them or for them. And these are the people who live in the area. We're asking for consideration on on this requested change in method of operation, not only for the clear, there's a need in this community for that type of business, for those types of hours, for it's a Latin restaurant. If you can't even put on background music, I mean, what are we doing?
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. I am willing to go to midnight on Monday. Is it Sunday through Wednesday or Monday through Wednesday?
Sunday through Wednesday?
Yeah, midnight, as it appears the community board approved. I don't know if I'm willing to go to 3 a.m. Not now, anyway, maybe till 2 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So I'd be willing to go to 12 Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and then to 2 on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. That's not saying what the chairman would agree to, but that's what I'm agreeing to.
I'll go to 2 on, I'll go to 12 on Monday through Thursday, Friday and Saturday till 2. No DJ, no karaoke. You can do background music.
So say that again, Chairman, you're saying to 12, Sunday through Thursday?
Yeah.
And then till,
And the reason that I'm doing this is because the state senator asked us not to extend it all, which normally I would listen to. The only thing that is contradictory here is that the community board then entered stipulations with you after they went to the state senator and asked him to deny the request. So I will extend till 2 on Friday and Saturday and 12 the other days of the week. But the music, which was really, I think, why you ended up on everybody's radar, is just going to be background music, no DJs, no live music, no karaoke. If you come back in a year and there's no problems, then perhaps we can fix that. Not before a year.
And I'm sorry, just, I want to correct the dates so that we're all on the same page. Sunday through Wednesday till midnight?
No, Sunday through Thursday
Sunday through Thursday, okay.
to midnight. Friday and Saturday until 2.
Okay,
that's 10 extra hours a week.
And other than that, every other stipulation that you entered into with the community board is part of the licenses, which means licensed security, security cameras, monitoring outside activity, and checking ID and searching for weapons.
Did you indicate with leave to come back after 1 year
Just for the music.
for the music?
Yes.
we're willing to accept Chairman Bradley.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, hold on. Commissioner Ford, you okay with those?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, the next item is 216 Caribbean Liquors and Wines LLC.
Good morning, John Springer for the applicant. With me is Mr. Keno Harris, the sole principal. There is some opposition, if you'd like to hear from them first.
Last night?
Yeah, he said, I know. The licensee.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Hi, I'm Glenn Wright. I represent First Class Liquor Store. With me is John Chu. He is the owner's son, just because his father has language difficulty. There are some other people here in opposition if you want to.
Why don't you go first and then?
Okay. Actually, a couple of them have asked not to speak, so I'd just like to identify them.
Okay, yeah, you can identify all of them. Yep.
All right. Well, so first we have Drink Liquor Store, Randy Berger. Next we have.
Where's he located?
He is half a mile away on Flatbush, 10 blocks.
Okay.
He's 2,500 feet.
So he's not one of the
And
five,
he's up on
okay.
floor plan. That's correct. And then, yeah, actually, there's 7 within 2,000 feet. He's just beyond that. Also, we have Best, 797. Okay, and then Crosstown and Liquortown. Okay. All right, so there are 7 stores within 2,000 feet of this applicant. My client is on Flatbush only 405 feet away. In the other direction on Flatbush, there's another liquor store 635 feet away. They are both bulletproof. Out of the nearest 7 liquor stores, the 4th and the 7th are open floor plan. I submit that Drink, who's here today, is probably the 8th. He's also open floor plan. So
So you're saying Red Star, which is 0.2 miles away, is also bulletproof?
Yes, the nearest three are bulletproof.
Okay.
The fourth closest is Azul Vino, which is a wine store that was only granted in April.
What about B. Inc. or 65 Fen Wines? Is that open?
Yeah, that's open, and that's open floor plan.
That's open floor plan?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, in the fall of 2014, an applicant, Woodruff Discount Liquors Corp., which was located directly next door to this applicant, appeared before the board. The board unanimously held that it was simply too close. That was also going to be an open floor plan store. They said that you have liquor stores in 1.5 blocks away in either direction on the same avenue, and that even if it was open floor plan, it simply was too close. Now, the issue of gentrification and the crime rate in the area came up during that hearing, and the board was divided as to whether or not this neighborhood was ready for an open floor plan store. I would submit that in the last 2 years, there has been some gentrification, but it hasn't proceeded at the pace that it was speculated that would proceed 2 years ago because of pushback from community groups in opposition to development.
And we did open floor plan stores, correct?
I'm sorry?
During that period of time, we did open, you said one of the stores we just opened.
Yeah, that is about the 5th closest store, Azul Vino, yes. It's not on that street, but yes, it is an open floor plan wine store.
Okay.
I also, the applicant in their submission states that this store is in Prospect Lefferts Garden, and there's a lot of gentrification. This store is actually on Clarkson Avenue, which is the southernmost border of Prospect Lefferts Gardens. I mean, this is the 71st precinct. It's more Flatbush than a gentrified area. But regardless of whether or not this area is ready for an open floor plan, as the board held 2 years ago, putting an open floor plan store in the middle of two stores, 1.5 block in either direction, especially a 1,650 square foot open floor plan store, would create havoc and probably drive them both out of business.
Woodruff was disapproved right here. I got that one on this one. Hang on.
So the population, do you have population numbers or?
Yeah, that was attached to my paperwork.
And it's been flat?
Basically a fraction of 1% increase. I believe it went up about 5,000 out of close to 100,000 people. But the main issue that the applicant is relying on is there's 2 points, and I would submit that they seem to be counterintuitive. They seem to say that there's a lot of gentrification in the area, and that also they want to open the store to appeal to the Caribbean community. I would submit that the Caribbean community in Flatbush has always been there. It has a long history there. And if anything, gentrification is decreasing the population of the Caribbean community, not increasing. And these stores that have been there for many years in Flatbush, they're all businessmen, and they certainly carry many products that would appeal to the Caribbean community. As a matter of fact, my client, suspecting this argument when I received the applicant's memorandum, has prepared an inventory list, and I'd like to hand that up.
I'll be on point.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Just as the list would show, it carries quite a variety of rums, and I submit that if the other liquor store owners want to come up, they would echo their selection. They carry a very diverse. He also carries several New York wines. As far as the gross sales of the nearest liquor stores, my client's gross sales have been flat from 2013 to 2015. That's in the 2 memorandums I submitted. It's still over $1 million a year, but I'm sure that will be raised by the applicant, but his expenses, of course, are commensurate with that. So there is not increasing sales.
What did he do in 2016? Because we only have 6, I know we only have 6 months, but how did that end up?
Basically around a little increase.
The next 2 stores, 797, Best 797 and Red Star, have clearly declining sales. Red Star's declined by a full 30%. So those gross sales in those numbers. The fourth nearest store, this BDOT, Fen 65, they did not submit their gross sales. At least I didn't receive a copy of them with
No,
my
they did-
FOIL request.
They did not.
Okay, so the fifth closest store, Liquortown, is here, and they told me today that their sales are declining.
Okay.
All right. And as I said, the seventh closest store only opened April 2017. I believe Drink can address that. I would submit that this neighborhood, the applicant can have it both ways, gentrification and an increasing need for Caribbean liquors. It simply doesn't make sense. I would submit that they're just saying to you whatever they think will get them the license.
Never. That does not happen in here.
Of course not. And that also sort of dovetails with this idea that they started out as a bulletproof and then amended their application to be open floor plan. And now, as of last week, they're now stipulating to the percentage of Caribbean liquors, the percentage of New York and Brooklyn wines. And I would submit these stipulations are just an empty promise. They're very difficult to enforce, and I would not take that seriously. It's simply a Hail Mary, knowing that they may have an issue here today.
Okay,
And
thank you. Do any of you, the rest of you want to speak? Yes, sure.
My name is Randy Berger.
And you're in here like once a month.
Yeah. I'm regretfully, but I'm pleased to be here.
Sorry about that.
My open plan store is half a mile away, as what was mentioned, and still not among the seventh closest. There are a lot of stores in this neighborhood already. We sell a lot of Caribbean products, mostly rum from Antigua, Martinique, Trinidad, Barbados, Dominican Republic, Grenada, Puerto Rico, Guadalupe. I think there's a couple more. Out of 10 rums that we have, 9 are Caribbean. I have a picture on this phone. I don't have a print of the picture. We have regular events for the neighborhood. We have to in order to do well. And we're still in the formation stage. We were granted the license, or we opened rather, in last April. We've had 2 substantial events in the last 3 months, Thanksgiving and holiday cocktail party. There's Valentine's event set for the 10th. We're very happy that these events are packed with our Caribbean customers. I could submit pictures, historical pictures. At least half of our customer base is Caribbean, and that's because it, until recently, was a very dominantly Caribbean neighborhood. That said, the Caribbean population in this neighborhood is absolutely not on the increase, as it says in applicants' papers. Gentrification is, in fact, slowly replacing this previously dominant Caribbean population with a diverse blend. Mix of hipsters, people priced out of Manhattan, people coming from Queens, all kinds of people. It's no longer a very dominant Caribbean area. The comptroller's statement that was cited in the applicant's memo saying a third of Brooklyn emigrated from the Caribbean, that goes to what happened 4 years ago. That's not what's happening now. I live only a 10-minute walk from the store, and I've lived there since 1999. The shift is the other direction. We sell a lot of New York State wine and spirits, just as what's been promised by the applicant. Why do we do that? We promised you, Chairman, and the rest of this authority when we got the license that we would do that. We submitted a list, and we have done that. We sell from Brooklyn Distilling, Kings County, Finger Lakes Distilling, New York Distilling, Taconic Distilling, Catskill Distilling. We sell more than 5 wines each from the Finger Lakes and from Long Island. Finally, applicants' neighborhood, where they are, is, as was just said, just barely on the southern technical ground or boundary of the growing and gentrifying Lefferts Garden neighborhood. This isn't what anyone that lives in the neighborhood would think of as Prospect Lefferts Garden. It's not what you would read in the newspaper. This is on the far southern edge. And actually, finally, with due respect, I don't think the commissioners ought to be swayed by the applicant telling the authority that they've already spent money, a lot of money. I was in the exact same position when we submitted our license, and I think that saying that you've spent a lot of money on a build-out in order to obtain the license is presumptive of the authority's authority.
Well, that's a risk that they take.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. a couple of corrections. I didn't handle the original application, and I did submit an amended diagram. This was always a open store. The expediter checked the wrong box. The original application showed an open floor plan. That's never really, that hasn't changed. The diagram also corrects the size of the first and second floor to a total of 1,260 square feet. And if you look at the diagram that we submitted, the office, stocking area, restroom in the back is 168 square feet. And going towards the front of the store, there's 182 square feet for the counter area and the wine tasting area. And that leaves just 280 square feet in the middle of the first floor for the display of inventory. Of that, as we indicated, 25% will be Caribbean products, not just rum. The open plan store, Azul, which is on a different street 0.5 miles away, is a wine store. They don't obviously have any Caribbean liquor. We don't believe they have any Caribbean wine either. Drink is 0.5 miles away on the north side, Prospect Lefferts Garden.
I mean, the thing that I'd like you to focus on, because it really is the elephant in the room here, is what's changed on this street in 2 years that would demand us putting a store there when 2 years ago it was denied.
They weren't promoting Caribbean products.
Well, are you gonna still stick with the fact that the Caribbean population in that neighborhood is increasing, and then argue that it's gentrifying as well? Because I think I agree with that argument. You can't have it both ways.
It's 65% of the population is.
So what Caribbean alcohol would they sell that's not available within the 7 stores within 0.5 miles?
Well, first of all, we don't believe the closest store has all those products that he says he has.
Well, that, you know.
We have a photo of that store. It's he's promoting.
I know his representative is in here quite often, and he knows what the ramifications would be if he came in here and lied about it. So I'm pretty secure in the fact that he's not lying to me about it.
Okay, well, if for some reason we were to get disapproved, we'll be going there tomorrow looking for them, and we'll be subpoenaing their.
You can do that.
Thing. You know, that's the picture taken yesterday shows.
You can show. I mean, I'll look at any
Yeah,
pictures you have,
I
but
can show you all the pictures. These are all bulletproof stores. They're poorly lit. They're dirty looking.
well, that.
No, that's important. You know, the fact that he spent all this money certainly isn't germane consideration, but it gives you an idea that he's getting ready for all the new.
I'm not saying that an open store is not more attractive and probably would be something that a neighborhood could use. I'm saying, does it have to be within 425 feet of the closest store?
Of a bulletproof store? Why not? There are plenty of places in the city where that's the case.
And then go in the other direction, another 600 feet.
There are plenty of places in the city and Brooklyn and Queens, not just Manhattan, where that's the case. I've seen you put a store 0.2 miles from another store when on Union Turnpike.
This is under 0.2 miles.
I'm sorry?
This is under 0.2 miles.
understand that.
It's
But
0.1 miles each way.
This is more densely populated. The number of units going up, 626 Flatbush Avenue, which is just to the north by a couple of blocks. They just finished it. It's 23 stories, 254 units. Parkside, which is very close, 123 Parkside Avenue. 120 units on 7 floors. Lincoln Road.
How close are those apartments to you?
They're all within 3 blocks. 350 units.
But they're not right across the street or right next door.
54 Clarkson is right across the street because, as we pointed out, it's on the corner of Clarkson and Flatbush. 96 units. There used to be freestanding homes. New York Avenue, Lenox Road. There's this tremendous building going on. Clarkson Avenue, they're taking up a whole, just to the west, 3 blocks to the west, they're taking up a whole block with units. The Clarkson Avenue is 250 units. It's an 8-story building. It's going to be done in.
So the only reason that you can give me that would override the disapproval 2 years ago is that they're going to focus on Caribbean liquor and wine.
And it's a smaller store. A much smaller store than that one. I have letters that I'd like to submit from the Caribbean community, West Indian West Indian American Caribbean Soccer League. I even have a letter from a church, St. Anthony's Spiritual Baptist Church. A Caribbean liquor store in the neighborhood is one that's way overdue. In these letters, you'll read that they said, we go to some of these other stores, but they're not appealing to us. They're not open, and they don't have the Caribbean products. That's from people in the community.
Thank you.
This gentleman's from the community. Could you identify yourself and
Do you
tell
have?
them why you're here?
Good morning. My name is Jermaine Miller, and I reside in 590 Flatbush Avenue. And I'm a Jamaican descendant, and I've been to most of the liquor stores in the neighborhood, and they do not carry most of the Jamaican liquors and rum.
Like what?
Like Royal Nephew, Red Label Wine, and Mount Gay, and liquors like those. They do not carry them. And mostly focus is mostly vodka, Hennessy, and stuff like that.
They're not carrying any rum, you're saying?
No, they do carry, but their main focus is mostly like Ciroc, Hennessy, and stuff like that. They do not carry like Royal Nephew, Red Label Wine, which is very popular amongst Christmas time to bake cakes and stuff like that.
Go ahead.
No,
Good day,
go
Board. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Board. My name is Keno Harris. I'm the applicant for Caribbean Wines and Liquor. Board, what I want to say to you today is, I lived in the community of Flatbush all my life, from 15 years. With my whole family, we came here. We have always patronized these stores, and if you understand, living in the neighborhood, patronizing a store all your life, okay, only to go into these stores, and each time you ask for a product, they will tell you, oh, we don't carry that. We don't carry that. And they are not welcoming, and the attitude they give you, like you cannot ask for a Caribbean item in these stores. It's like if you are asking for something that's fall. So they have all these other liquors up front, and if you walk into these stores and you ask for a Caribbean item, it's not something that they have. I went to Best Liquors. I know these liquor stores personally, because I grew up in there, but my mother's from there, my sisters live there, okay? I worked there. My first job was in that neighborhood, okay? I'm part of the community, joined many organizations in that community, and we throw events in the committee, Commissioner, and we go to these stores and sometimes ask them for donation to buy soccer clothes, and they wouldn't give it to us. We ask them also to help us. We want to buy liquors, we want to have certain liquors from Trinidad. We have an event coming up, or we don't carry it. We make plans ahead of time. And when we go back, they don't have it, Board.
There are 7 stores within a half mile. You're telling me that none of the 7 stores would give you what you wanted?
Board, let me explain to you. I saw the list of stores that that they're claiming that is in the neighborhood. First Class Liquors, which is the closest liquor store to me. Okay, that's the first liquor store that most people go to because it's the longest one they've been there. They don't carry Caribbean items. The other 2 liquor stores, which is Discount and the one up on Fenimore, they're the next 2 liquor stores that's further, almost 10 blocks away. When I walk to that store, my mom, we walk there, sometimes they say, oh, we don't have it, come back next week, come back next month end. They don't have it. So you understand, Board, it's not something that we're making up. We live in this neighborhood. We're part of the community.
Listen, this isn't about you.
I understand
per se.
that.
It's about whether there's there's a need. So, I don't know, do you have any questions? No.
There was an aspersion made to us making false representations. My client has photographs on his phone of his inventory.
No, I have a list. The list is, I'm assuming the representation you made is accurate, and if it wasn't, you understand the ramifications for that, so I'm secure that it is.
All right. This Woodruff that closed 2 years ago, can you read to me exactly what the decision was on that one, why it was denied?
Yes. Paraphrase, of course.
Of course.
Okay. It was 4070 Flatbush. It was disapproved by the board September 9th of 2014. It was noted that there were 7 stores within 8 blocks, and the board found that they would not be in the public convenience and advantage in approving a 3rd store along the 4-block portion of Flatbush Ave. Part of the application did indicate that there was some development. Hang on a second. Some new residential area, new residential and retail development in the community. the board did take that into consideration, but still didn't vote in their favor.
All right.
The store was going to be, I believe, 1,600 square feet.
And was it going to be bulletproof or open?
It was an open store.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
May I add one other thing, Board? That store on Flatbush Avenue, 7040 Flatbush Avenue, that was opening. Okay, that's basically on the same block that I live on. That's a bigger building.
Which one are you talking about?
740 Flatbush Avenue, the one that was disapproved?
Just one second, of note, the same four closest stores were listed in that application. In this application, there's been no change in any of the stores.
Okay. That store is also a larger store, which is also concentrating mainly on selling most of the products that these stores are selling. Okay, they are also, since that time, 2 years to now, there has been 3 major development that has opened on that same block. 3 major buildings that has been completed. Okay, so there has been also an increase, and not just an increase in the neighborhood, there's also been an increase by more affluent people who could support another store in the neighborhood.
But the sales of the other stores don't reflect that.
First Class Liquor is the closest store that's making over $1 million.
And see, you're doing the same thing that he did. You're trying to argue that you're going to cater to Caribbean population. Now you're telling me that the more affluent people are moving into the area. Well, they're not Caribbean.
No, I agree, and you're correct, Commissioner. But that's why I'm saying that.
So you can't have it both ways,
And
is
you're
what I'm
correct.
saying.
That is why my point is that the Caribbean population is there. It's underserved. So my store would cater to that, because the people that's moving into the neighborhood, Chairman, is people that's going to, not Caribbean people. So they're not going to be lack for a customer. They're not going to be lack for customer by putting in another store.
Okay.
I never made an argument about gentrification. I said there was a lot of construction in the area. I never said.
Okay.
And your retail space, you're thinking is like 300 feet, 280?
Square feet of product, that's it. And then the counter, the tasting area, and the stock room in the back. It's very small. We submitted pictures of the shelving. It's a beautiful layout. He's going to have gooseneck lighting, so it's properly lit. These other stores are dark and dirty. I mean, you got the pictures. Look at the windows. They're all covered with posters. I'm not surprised they're not doing well. They're doing the same old thing that everybody else is doing.
What is your SKU breakdown going to be? What do you think?
Sorry?
What is your SKU breakdown going to be? What do you think?
We submitted the 25, of that 280 square feet, 25% is going to be Caribbean liquors and wines, not just rums. The other store that submitted a list, it was all mostly rums. The 25% New York products outside of Brooklyn, and then 10% of Brooklyn products, and then the other 40% a mix. He's not going to have a lot of room, if he really. I mean, he didn't come up with Caribbean after the fact. The name of the LLC is Caribbean Liquor Wines and LLC. That wasn't like a last-minute ploy to wedge another store in there. That wouldn't even make sense. That wouldn't be good business. No one's going to do that, knowing how many stores there are there. He's committed to this location because he's from this neighborhood. People. There are many Caribbean people. This is not going to be all the Caribbean people are not going to be leaving. There's still going to be a very significant Caribbean. They're not all going to be leaving because some high-rise buildings are going up.
Right. All right. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to respond.
There's been 7 stores, within 8 blocks? And this past store that was just closed was for the reason that there's already enough stores in the area.
No, disapproved, you mean.
Disapproved,
Right.
yeah, that's what I meant, I'm sorry. So I'm not convinced that there has been any significant change that would justify approving another one, so I'm going to vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. It's just the location. I mean, you're 400 feet from one store, 600 from the other, and 2 years ago, almost identical location, it was rejected due to the fact that there wasn't a public convenience and advantage to adding another one. I realize you want to focus on Caribbean wines and liquors, but at the end of the day, you still have to sell the other stuff as well, and the sales of the other stores are not increasing And if they are increasing, it's certainly not to the extent that would indicate that another one is needed. You know, we do promote open stores, there's no question about that, but you're just too close to the other two. So I'm going to vote to deny as well.
The next item is one we held over from earlier, is 203 Ethics Bar and Lounge.
Thank you. I'm downstairs at a hearing, and they let me out for a minute.
That sounds like fun.
7 or 8 police officers down there that can't wait to see me. Look, I'm only up here just to, there's been a hearing. I'm not going to go over the facts. I'm not going to say I even disagree with the way the ALJ wrote the thing up. I want it known that the members understand that the books and records were on the premises. There was mass confusion, as is what happens when a march task force or a number of police come in. The person there didn't know where the books and records were. The ALJ said that's not an excuse. There is a violation, but at best it's technical. The books and records were there. The ALJ stated that they were there.
Did we see them afterwards? Did he show up here and was he asked to produce them?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't asked to produce them at any sort of investigative interview, but at the hearing, we showed
Okay.
his entire.
All right, so I'll take that into account, $1,000.
Gino.
And sustain charge 1.
All right, thank you very much.
Mr. Mailer, are you feeling better? You feeling better? Okay.
The next item is 219 Tri-Elite Group Corp.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Palillo. This is Tony Folk. Seeking a wine and beer license for a location on South Street in Lower Manhattan.
So he had a license canceled?
Actually, his wife did.
His wife. What was that about?
The premises was sold when this business began. The license
So
was
his wife is Kathy Liang?
Yes. And what happened was the premises was sold. It was sold to, I don't remember his name, but there was another guy. The license was actually left with the accountant who was handling the corporate change application. She was under the opinion at all times that she was offered and didn't realize it.
And then she refused to testify?
No, she did not. She actually, because she was never.
Or
in the
not testify, appear?
No, because she was never in the premises, she was never given that paperwork. So she, would have, but didn't. As soon as we discovered the issue, though, we had a duplicate license issued and surrendered it.
Where's she?
Home with the babies? Admittedly, it wasn't the right thing to do initially, but as soon as she did find out the problem, she corrected it.
Oh, so she has been interviewed?
No. We never knew about an interview, nor did I until this moment. So the bottom line is, she would have appeared, and she would have told them the truth.
I'm not following. You're telling me that she wasn't part of the business anymore when these charges were
Correct. I think
raised?
the charges were availing. I'm not
Yes.
100% positive, yeah.
No, they were.
She wasn't at the premise at the time, and she never received the notice. Whoever was, this fellow who was running, what was his name? Ken? Last name? Ken Lamb was running it, never turned over the paperwork that she received, I presume, in the mail, or would have received in the mail.
And then my, another question I have is, they're not open now, right?
Yes. Which, what is?
This restaurant, is it open without the
applicant?
license? Yeah.
The applicant?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yes. Been operating for 3 years? 2 years.
Oh, okay. So I was trying to figure out why the $1,000, but that makes sense. Okay. The $1,000 investment didn't make any sense to me because I wasn't aware it was open.
Understood.
Is the Airstream trailer still there?
Yes.
What is that? Is that a cooking area, just a place to eat in, or
This is dining area.
the dining area? Okay.
It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like
Silver
it.
Airstream.
Yeah, it looks cool. It says the applicant does not intend to apply for a sidewalk cafe license.
That's a typo. No.
So you have an outdoor license, but it's not a sidewalk.
which was vetted by the community board and approved.
Okay.
Problem was that, well, it's not zoned for a sidewalk cafe anyway, so we
right.
couldn't have it.
But the
And
outside
all the-
area is not deemed the sidewalk cafe.
No, it's
It's
not.
part
Oh,
of
it's a
that corner.
fenced-in
Yeah,
patio,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make clear, yeah.
All right.
All right.
And you're going to abide by all their other stipulations?
Yes.
I'm going to vote to approve, based on compliance with all the applications, by stipulations by the community board. What's the deal with the restrooms? Is that still an issue or not? Have we decided that?
I think they changed.
I think we have one, I don't have.
You only have one restroom in the place,
Yeah, one.
right?
Yes.
All right. And we've approved that?
Yeah, the waiver, you just, restroom waivers
All right.
approved.
All right, I'll vote to approve as well, as long as the stipulations are abided by, that they made with the community board.
Thank you. Is there one bathroom or two?
That's what I'm wondering, do we need to waive a bathroom?
Yeah,
It
you
looks
do.
like there's two bathrooms on the most
Is there?
recent plans. Yeah, it's odd. It may be because the one bathroom was in the kitchen.
All right, so
That's
either
what
way,
it
we'll waive the the two-bathroom rule.
That's the problem.
Waived.
Thank you.
Good luck.
The next item is 222, El Encanto Central Americano Restaurant Incorporated.
Staples.
Is anybody here for that one? All right, we'll skip over that one.
We're skipping over that one right now?
Yep. 226, Nathaniel Green's Public House
Tom?
LLC.
Here, that too.
226, you said? Yes.
Apparently no one's coming up for that one either. All right, so just checking. All right. Let's try 227, Deep Quest Enterprises LLC.
These all Flynn's case, and somebody signed up?
No, they're not Mr. Flynn's, but how about 233, Black Tap LES LLC?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Here, on behalf of Black Tap LES LLC, I have with me one of the principals and the chef, Joe Isidori. This is an application for a restaurant wine license at 177 Ludlow Street. This was denied by the community board, despite the fact that it's not a 500-foot rule case. It's a beer and wine license application in a space that previously housed a beer and wine license issued to an applicant who has an impeccable record with the authority.
What was their issue with it? Or I see that there were stipulations. What were your issues with the stipulations?
So the issues with the stipulations were really that, that they wanted us to close at a very early hour. They
That's
wanted
what
us
I
to close at
figured.
12:30, 7 days a week. We'd like to be open till 2, 7 days a week, which are the hours that the prior licensee had in the space with no issues.
Who was the prior, what was the name of the prior license?
100 Montaditos. I know that they had 2 a.m. because I did that license as well. And that was also over community board objection, and the board here gave us 2 a.m. 7 days a week. As far as I know, for the time that they were open, there were no issues, no violations, no disciplinaries with the authority. Joe and his team here at Black Tap, they not only have been on licenses throughout New York City for many years, they actually have 3 other Black Tap locations, so same concept in New York City, currently operating, all clean, no violations, no issues, no problems whatsoever. This is a restaurant. It's a burger place, put on the map because they had great burgers and they have these unbelievable milkshakes, which you may have seen in the news or on social media. And people go crazy for this stuff. So their first place in
So my concern, which appeared to be the community board's concern, is that they obviously are popular.
Yes. So we've kind of built that into the model here. The Soho location, which has the lines, which was another concern of the community board, it's the size of a shoebox. It's very, very.
Well, this one's not much bigger.
No, this one's big. This one.
How many
actually-
does this hold?
I think the plan is going to be to have 60-plus guests.
So
this-
I just don't want red ropes up there.
Understood.
Or
And-
lines.
and just so you know, the original plan here was actually to have a higher capacity of closer to 90 and to apply for a PA permit. That was also an issue with the community board. We've since decided to scale that back. So now it's actually going to comply with being 74 or less. So we got rid of some tables and chairs. They've actually fitting out a space in the.
See, that may be worse, though, because it's not that you're going to have too many people in the restaurant. I'm worried about what you have outside the restaurant.
100%. So they've actually fitted out the front of the space to accommodate people inside as opposed to outside. And this is a similar model that they're using in their Midtown location, which is also similar size, where any people they have outside that are waiting to get in, the lines move quick. They have someone designated to the front to keep it orderly. They don't spill into the street. They don't cause problems. And they're happy to use best efforts and to apply their staff to the front to make sure it doesn't become an issue.
Okay.
But as far as hours go, 2 a.m. is what was here previously. That's what they would like. They've been responsible for the years that they've been operating, not only these establishments, but other licensed establishments.
How long is the one in Soho open?
2 years.
No, time, hours.
They close at midnight during the week, 1 a.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And the one in Midtown is unrestricted and full liquor.
Soho's not full liquor?
Soho is beer and wine, just like this one. So the fact that they can do this with full liquor too, I think, just speaks to the type of responsible nature of the ownership. And it's worth noting that of the other stipulations that the community board listed, many, if not all of them, other than the ones we've already discussed, these guys are already compliant with. The soundproofing, the background music, not being involved in the pub crawls, being a restaurant, having the kitchen open at all times, things like that. Those are all.
So if I made those all part of it besides the hours, you'd be fine with it?
Besides the hours and besides the capacity, although we've changed the capacity in the future, we may want to see if we can extend it. But
Which is
besides
what,
that-
number 13 you're talking about?
Which is number 13, correct. Even though currently we will comply with that, in the future we may look to expand.
Okay.
All right.
But other than
What are the hours for the other places in the area? They're all open at least this late, if not later?
Later.
So what time, again, are you
2
looking?
a.m., 7 days a week. I think the majority of the places on this block are 3:30 or 4.
Across the street is 3:30.
What's across the street?
Sweet
I'm
Chick.
trying to figure out where this place is in my head.
It's on the corner. There's Sweet Chick there. There's the Ludlow Hotel is there. It's
Okay.
on the corner from Katz's.
Close to the house.
You ready, Chairman? I'm willing to go till 1 a.m. You're open Sunday through Sunday, right? Sunday and Monday?
Open every day.
Open every day, okay. I'm willing to go till 1 a.m. on Sunday through Wednesday, and then 2 till Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then see how that goes, and a year from now, you can come back and ask us to change it.
I mean,
And meeting all the other stipulations of the community board as well.
Except the 13.
Except
74.
13. Yes.
I mean, I would ask if you could reconsider the 2 a.m. 7 days a week based on the fact that the previous licensee who was operating there for years with no issue with these same 2 a.m. hours, which is exactly what we're asking for, and we have a proven track record, and we're going into a space where there's a lot of late-night business.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, at our other locations, we're really kicking people out at the end of the night. And we like I said, proven track record, no issues, no violations, no disciplinaries, no complaints, not a loud place, purely a restaurant, and it's a quick turnaround. So you don't have if this were a bar, I could see the argument of having hordes of people leave at 2 a.m. when it's last call.
Yeah.
The fact that this is a restaurant, tables turn as they turn. It's 2 people, it's 4 people, it's 5 people at a time. You don't have that same element of people leaving in droves and creating a louder issue. And plus, you have so many other places on the block that are open so much later.
Mhm.
This is really not going to be a big impact.
Also, less than 12% of our sales is alcohol. We do not sell a lot of alcohol in our concept.
Okay. I'm going to stick with that, see what the chairman says, and maybe we'll negotiate.
Well, I would give them 2, mostly because of their history and the fact that this place was always open till 2. I mean, they have been operating here. I recall approving one of the restaurants. Provided they abide by all the stipulations except for the 74 patrons, which I'm being told you are going to abide with unless you expand.
I'll go with 2 as well.
Thank you.
You won me over.
Thank you.
Oh, and no wait lines, absolutely no wait lines outside.
One of us.
But again, with the wait lines, like I said, we're happy to use best efforts to control and make sure we push everything inside, and we're happy to designate a person to the front to make sure that things don't spill over onto the block. But the nature of these restaurants is that there may be some people waiting, but we will.
Right, I mean, I want best efforts, meaning that someone should go out there and ask people to move on.
100%.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to call number 222 again. El Encanto Centro Americano Restaurant.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Board. Our lawyer set out the paperwork. We're just here to figure out what was your response to the.
Yeah, he made an offer of 1,500 penalty. Is that what you're here to accept?
Exactly.
Okay, so I'll accept that.
I'll accept.
So you'll get something in the mail.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your
Yep.
time.
Thank you.
The next item is 215, Downtown Restaurant Group LLC.
Hold back there.
Take your sweater off.
Yeah, then you see the fat. Good afternoon.
Spare us.
This is default. It's a moderately disturbing default. The premises, as I've already explained to you, I don't know if you guys remember, but this premise has been closed. But this charges that stem from this come from the last charges. This is apparently a charge that wasn't charged. And on a closed premises, it's
On the same date?
same date, January 10th, 2016. Apparently, the investigator didn't write his report till July or so, I presume after we were probably trying those cases.
Was failure to conform to the application one of those charges?
No.
Oh, it's on the second in disciplinary history. You have some violations occurring on that same date.
Oh, I see, okay.
But I have the investigator's report that was part of the bill of particulars on that second case, and the particular charge is not noted in his list of charges.
Are they going to pay the fine, or have they?
The fines have been paid, sir.
Is that true?
Not the one that just came out on January 5th?
Both fines have been paid.
The $4,000?
Both fines.
Okay. Not reflected.
I'll
Hang on,
give this
hang on,
morning.
don't.
Oh,
wow.
Jesus.
Smooth, buddy, smooth.
Details.
There's no way. There's no way I'm standing up here with this.
Did you see Deborah downstairs?
He just left, yes.
Well, do they have food now?
Premises are closed, and have been closed for nearly a year.
So we have their license?
It's
In safekeeping?
Safekeeping, yes.
What, are they going to
But they
open?
have been serving food. My client was here, he couldn't stay, and he also didn't like the way he was dressed. But basically, they've always had food. They've actually had rotating groups coming in. We never had one fixed chef. Every 8 weeks or so, you'd have a rotating different type of cuisine, either Peruvian or Thai or Japanese, but they've always had food.
And when are they going to open?
I don't know. It's up to the landlord to determine whether or not this building is being demolished or not in the meatpacking district.
Safekeeping since February. Last year. Not this morning.
I'm asking that these charges be included in the prior charges. because
That's not going to happen.
It's not?
No. Because there's nothing in the prior charges that
How about-
reflect the fact that they didn't have food.
Mr. Chairman, how about the investigator's report, his checklist, where he does not note that we were deviating from the application or failure to conform? I mean, that's in the bill of particulars. We had food. Unfortunately, the investigator was there at 3 in the morning or 2:30 in the morning,
Well,
which
you're
time we
supposed to
did
be,
not have food.
it's a restaurant. It's supposed to be serving when they're open, right?
Now you're referring to a 2003 application. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'll go 1,500. I'll reopen and, oh no, I'm not reopening, I'm just going 1,500.
Premises never had a chef or never had food.
He's saying they had a traveling chef.
Okay.
Different chefs, not
All right.
one chef.
All right. 1,500.
And if they're going to open that way again, they probably should make sure that the application reflects the fact that they're going to have,
I think if the landlord elects not to demolish the building, I'd probably file a new application at this location,
okay,
to be honest. But I can accept that offer on behalf of my client.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item is 163 Village Academy Bar, Inc. Chairman and Commissioner, this,
163.
is that yours? What, Village Academy? All right. This was a default, but 6:30 last night, there was an email to the Secretary's office by the attorney, and I also got something from the prosecutor this morning. There may have been some confusion and some transmission problems with the not guilty plea being submitted, and the attorney for the licensee, when you step up there, the attorney for the licensee is asking that it be reopened and returned to counsel's office.
Okay. Reopen and return to counsel's office.
It's fine. Thank you, Tom.
All right. The last item I have signed in is 220 Avant Gardner LLC.
Can't miss it. Big one.
I should ask for a bathroom break before this.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
we're going to
Yeah,
take two, you guys can set up, we're going to take 2 minutes. Yes.
All set? Okay. We're going to resume, and we're going to call item 251, Nancy Deli and Grocery Group Corp.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
My name is Alberto Tua. I'm here on behalf of Nancy Deli Grocery.
What's your name?
Alberto, H-E.
So is a licensee with you or no?
No.
Why didn't he come?
He said me because he had no time to come. He's by the store.
Do we have anything from the mayor?
That's what I'm just checking out. Did not believe so. No, we didn't receive anything.
All right, I'll approve. You're supposed to he's supposed to be here as well. The only reason I'm not making you come back is because he doesn't seem to have any significant history with
I
us.
have no problem at all.
But I'll approve.
Okay. I have one simple question. There is a temporary permit, 90-day temporary permit was expired yesterday. Do I have to, we have to renew it or
Yeah.
just wait for the license?
Yeah, because you're not going to get the license. How long will it take him to get the license, Jackie?
Depends on the conditions.
That's what I make sure, you know.
It's going to provide workers' compensation, disability, phone number. There's a couple of conditions that he's got to meet before he gets the permanent license. You might want to renew the temporary for 30 days.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
You better do that today, too. Okay.
Thank you.
Wait, you got, I'm only one vote.
Have a good day.
Wait a second.
He's got a vote.
Based on the fact that there's no protest and no adverse history, I'll approve as well.
Thank you.
Now you can go. All right?
All right, now we will call 220 Avant Gardner LLC.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Ford. My name is Alexander Victor. I'm the attorney for Avant Gardner, what you see before you. Before I introduce certain members of our team, I just want to take the time on behalf of our team to thank the authority for scheduling this matter. It's very important to us that we could wait until all facets of this application were solidified, and we've spent a lot of time working with a number of individuals and organizations to improve the application to what you have before you today. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce some of the people that are here for Avant Gardner. I'm here with Arthur Goldstein, who's an attorney for us as well. Jürgen Bildstein is one of the owners, and he's overseeing Avant Gardner's operations. Stanislav Sizek and Benjamin Roshia are two of the owners that will be responsible for the day-to-day food and beverage operation. Mr. Edward Cannon is from T&M Security. Mr. Cannon and T&M were responsible for preparing the master security plan. Mr. Cannon has over 25 years of former law enforcement experience with the New York Police Department. He's developed a particular expertise in public safety and risk management, in addition to a number of other fields, and he's put together a very comprehensive plan that will be implemented here. The last person I want to just introduce to you is Mr. James Colgate of Bryan Cave. Mr. Colgate is Avant Gardner's attorney overseeing the land use and construction. Mr. Colgate has over 20 years of experience in this field. He was formerly the Assistant Commissioner of Technical Affairs for the Department of Buildings, and ironically, he wrote many of the codes that apply to the premises today. Our submission contained what we hope was extensive information about what this venue will be, but we tried to communicate three main attributes. The first was the uniqueness of what this will be. what benefits it will provide to Brooklyn, and why there's so much support for it. The second component was why this applicant and this team are the right group of individuals to do it. And the third was why this particular location is just ideal for what this venue will do. Without repeating what's in our submission, we did want to highlight some of the critical components that underlie each of these aspects. And so to that end, Arthur is going to give a very general overview about what this event, this multi-use event space will be, why there's so much public support for it. Mr. Bildstein will tell you about his experience with event production and what his personal vision is for this venue to be. I'd ask Mr. Cannon to provide a few details about what is being done under this master security plan that really go above and beyond what you might expect for a venue to ensure not only patron safety in the space, but also around the neighborhood.
So before we do all of that, because I don't want to waste your time or my time, because you may have to come back and do it again. Am I correct in understanding that DOB has not signed off on this yet? Of the Department of Buildings for the City of New York?
Mr. Colgate?
Hi, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is James Colgate. The applications are going to be submitted to the Department of Buildings to ensure that the buildings obtain certificates of occupancy as required by the code.
Well, the information that I have gathered so far is that the construction that was done last summer has been torn down.
Right.
The current construction has not begun.
That's right.
And there are currently open violations.
There are some violations.
So then to ask the big question here, aren't we putting the cart before the horse here?
Well,
because I'm not giving a license to someone when all of this is unapproved. Because what happens in those instances, and we do it conditionally, but you have two things going against you. One, I know your client's name very well. And the reason I know your client's name very well is because he has applied for numerous permits, which he has every right to do. When we don't grant those permits, and they have the party anyway, that's not really conducive to me having a lot of faith. And that's what happened last year.
And your pictures seem to indicate that there is construction that's been done.
There was construction done before the summer of 2016. We did apply for permits in 2016.
Okay.
There was one incident that occurred where alcohol was sold at the event. It's something we're prepared to address, and frankly, there's nobody in this room that's more upset about it than my client. But this was an isolated anomaly. This is not something that happens often. This event, the event that happened, was intended to be completely dry. They had notices posted throughout the entire venue alerting people that
Well, then why would they apply? They apply, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jackie, because you were involved in this with me. Why would they apply for a permit for alcohol for the event?
They applied.
Because I'm correct. Am I wrong that we rejected that permit?
On that particular instance, I believe we did. I have to look it up, but I know we had issued them in the past, but then we stopped.
In 2015, there was a venue 2 blocks away where a number of permits were issued over that summer. That was a temporary venue for 2 months. When they approached us in February or March of 2016, they came to us saying we found a permanent location. So we were applying for a permanent license. Between our dealings with the community board and getting everything together, it took longer than we hoped. And there were events that were scheduled for May and June that would not have, if we applied for our permanent license, we would not have gotten the permanent license in time. So what we did is we asked for interim permits for late May and early June while this permanent application was pending. The permits were denied. The event proceeded as a completely dry event. There were signs posted everywhere.
Then how did it end up in the paper?
Because alcohol was sold for about 30 minutes.
And I'm not using that one incident here. What you have here, in my view, and the reason that I'm having difficulty with this, The incident is one issue. The community board sent us a letter last night asking us not to rule on this because you have a meeting scheduled with them. Now, I don't know whether that's accurate or not, but you should note that they received something on the 27th from you guys, from Jacqueline Williams, I don't know who that is, and we are scheduling the item for the board's February 15th calendar, and they asked us not to vote on this until that's held. So that's one issue. The other issue is the DOB issue, which I talked about, and we're not. And the reason that's concerning me here is because we're not opening a 50-person restaurant. We're opening a 6,000-person, basically what amounts to me an arena, and it's as big as a Beacon Theater or bigger. And I'm going to find out what New York City has to say about it before I say that I'm going to agree with it. That's so we have all those things together. And so you can show me your security plan, you can show me your parking and your traffic, but at the end of the day, I want to hear from these other people, not just you guys. And it seems like we're not going to hear from them until all this other, he's cleared up the DOB issue and you've met with the community board.
As you said before, with the DOB issue, we're never going to get this license until we show you that DOB approval. And buildings are developed and licenses are conditionally issued long before DOB grants that approval. We're in the process of getting our final certificates of occupancy. We've had the vacate order.
He has some more details to answer your question fully.
Step up to the mic, too, please. Thank you.
James Colgate from Bryan Cave. So we've been having extensive meetings with the Brooklyn Borough Commissioner to go over the issues regarding the egress, the fire protection, the sprinklers, the standpipes, all that stuff that has to happen for this to be a compliant building. It'll be fully compliant with the 2014 New York City Building Code based on the IBC. All that stuff is happening, but that takes time to work through the DOB system. So we've had meetings with them. And the result of all of those meetings and discussions and requests for determinations from them is culminating in the filing of alteration type 1 applications on this property to obtain that certificate of occupancy. A lot of work has gone into it. They have a really good architect, Spectre Design Group, and they've been working on that nonstop for the last couple of months. So we're almost at the point where we can file. A project this big is complex in terms of the code compliance, the zoning compliance, egress compliance, fire suppression, all that stuff. And all that's been happening. It's just not been to the point.
I understand that, but if you can't operate anyway until that happens. I mean, we could give you a license, and we've done it, and make it contingent on all that happening. What I'm saying is, and a lot of it, my fear is also because of the experience I've had with your client before, it wasn't just the one incident. We also gave a permit to a place that ended up having a party at a toxic waste dump that ended up on the front page of the New York Post. So, and when people come to us with permits for temporary parties, we are generally under the impression that they're having them in safe places that have been approved by the city. That obviously didn't occur here, and as a result, our procedures are changing here because of what your client's application. But that, so that a lot of my concerns are when you take all of these things into account, as well as the enormous size of this place. And I'm not prepared myself to grant anything until I hear from more people. And it sounds like a lot of these things are still pending.
I just want to address some of the things that you brought up, and we understand that concern. The events that were held this past summer were held under a valid building approval. It was a temporary place of assembly, and it was in effect at all times that people were there. We know what was published in the press as far as the Halloween event, but respectfully, the press got it wrong. The Department of Buildings...
No, I think what you're saying is the Department of Buildings got it wrong, and the press got it right. I'm not denying that there wasn't a permit from the Department of Buildings given out. I'm questioning whether it should have been.
That is information that's not even available to us. We've requested...
It's not available to me either.
This is information we've requested from the fire department who gave the order. 2 hours after that, the Department of Buildings came back and inspected the site, and they said that there was no basis for the fire department's order. We have a copy of the inspection. It was probably the very last page of our submission, where it shows no basis for the fire department's.
Well, then let me ask you this: why isn't your client suing the city? Because I'm assuming there were tickets sold to that event, and it cost them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So why is a lawsuit if that's the case? Not in, because insurance didn't cover it, I'm correct?
We thought about that, but we knew that we're gonna open a permanent place and apply for a permanent license, and we didn't want to go into such a process with such a lawsuit against the city when we asked the city to grant us something, you know? Especially with the Department of Buildings. We didn't want to point the finger on anyone. We took the hit, and it was, as you said, it was a big hit. And I admit the mistake there. It was a poor choice of location. But now when it comes down to safety, when it came down to the concern of the community living around that, because we simply were not aware of it. You know, we sent the location address to our architect. He checks it in the system normally. He said there's no violation. We talked to the landlord, big developer. He said like you can do it. And we even talked to the environmental consultant of the landlord. And he said like we looked into that. You're good. You have a green light to go. The police came by a couple of times. Said like all good. You know. After the fact, we learned that it was really a poor choice of location because people around the property have a bad history with it. Their families worked in that factory like 20 years ago and got sick. We found that out and we were deeply sorry about it. But that's the truth.
I'm not insinuating you did know about it. You don't look like a moron. Only a moron would know about it and do the party anyway. I'm just saying that stuff has happened, and this is the community has a right to weigh in on this before I give a liquor license to it, and they're not here. And I don't know why they're not here, but they did send a letter to us asking us not to do it, and I'm going to abide by that. Have you met with them?
We met with the community board back in June of 2016 when we were trying to file.
So what's this meeting about that they want that's scheduled now?
Well, eventually we're going to be applying for a cabaret license with the Department of Consumer Affairs. And that license process requires going back to the community board. So what we were going to do February 15th is give them an informational briefing and talk to them about the progress we've made to date and about that license application.
Because they seem to think that it's, I mean, I'm sure it is a cabaret part of it, but they seem, our board will conduct a review where the item will go to the SLA review and then the DCA committee for a resolution that is to be presented to the full board for a vote on March 14th. Until that happens, I'm not really prepared to do anything. I mean, you can adjourn this, but given, and the reason this is happening is because of how big this is. I mean, it really is, I know they want to put 6,000 people in there, not every night, I get that. But it is going to, on certain occasions, have 6,000 people in it. Yes.
So first of all, I hear you loud and clear, so we're going to adhere to the time schedule that the commission wants. But we would like to, at least while we're here today with the team, give you very brief.
Oh, you can do whatever you want today. I'm just telling you where I am.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
and I'm starting off with, we hear you, and we're going to follow the process.
Okay. Then if you want to do your presentation anyway, I'm just saying that who knows where, I don't know, you may have to do it all over again. But if you're fine doing that, then.
We will do whatever
Okay.
the commission wants.
Then you can do your presentation if you want.
So let me say a few things, and maybe we'll short circuit a little just to give you enough of a flavor so that a couple of weeks goes by, you at least have the flavor. What this applicant has done since my firm has been on board is they've re-looked at the plans and created a more comprehensive plan that, as you may note from the Assemblywoman's letter of support, they re-engaged the community.
Who was that? We'd see there's something we don't have. Who is that?
That's
It was part of our submission.
Yeah.
We have Espinal, I think, but I don't think I have.
Assemblywoman DeVilla wrote a tremendous letter of support where she outlined how
You have
she.
that?
It's probably in this.
It's in what you sent?
larger packet.
Why don't you just look?
Oh, I didn't get that. Did that come in after I left Albany?
I don't know.
DHC, I don't have one of those.
Here.
I have another one, just like I'll give it to you.
Oh, that's why you have another one. You have mine.
It was in my office.
Jesus.
Gets the
No, I'll
tabs.
What exhibit is it?
He's going to let you know.
Well, you haven't read it.
No, I have their plans, the security and all that. I did read that.
Yeah, no, there's a January 10th letter from the Assemblywoman.
Okay, I got it.
You have the other original, Chair, because there were two originals that we set
Here,
aside.
you can take yours because you have yours.
Yeah.
All right, you guys can continue.
Thank you very much. So, even if you were to skim the letter as I'm speaking, you'll note that she went through a process before she got close to writing this letter. There were numerous meetings and phone calls and a thorough review of everything that was submitted to the commission. She asked numerous follow-up questions, particularly on security issues. And at the end of the day, it produced what I think is a very strong letter. There are other similar letters. The Brooklyn Borough President's letter is in that section of the submission. Also, a very strong letter. The Borough President's office went through a similar process where there was a strong dialogue. And this is where the plans won them over, in a sense. In engaging the community, they met with the very local Merchants Association because, as you'll read, they embarked on what's called the Buy Brooklyn program, is what they labeled it. We'll be working with the local Merchants Association and the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce to purchase goods and services, primarily first local and then go to the Brooklyn Chamber membership. There's a letter in there from Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce as well. There are letters in there from neighbors. They're going to embark on a jobs fair program, which is co-sponsored by the Assemblywoman, and there's a flyer somewhere in the submission. Sorry, I didn't memorize all the letters here.
Exhibit I.
Thank you. A jobs fair flyer. You know, the sooner this gets approved, the sooner they start the jobs fair. They'll probably do another one with additional elected officials. So they're concerned about jobs. They're also going to be working with a local workforce development program. They have a beautification program. There's these huge manufacturing walls, many blocks around them, because there's no residents nearby. The applicant will be paying for supplies, and they're presently organizing with local artists who will.
Yeah, I did see that, the murals, yes.
Will have permission to paint, hopefully murals that are very positive about maybe the peace and environment, et cetera. We're also trying to work on a school arts program that a portion of the wall, the lower portion, because we'd be worried about children, how high they might be painting, that they coordinate with whatever the message is of a particular wall. The school children will participate. So all these issues have been brought to bear. The past issues that you referred to, I think, is the May incident, that we detailed a response in there. On that, we showed internet copies of text messages on the internet talking about that this was a dry event. All these issues were discussed with each elected official before they wrote these letters. So at the end of the day, just quoting one line, I'm confident in the physical and operational integrity of the venue as proposed, is from the Assemblywoman's letter. This didn't happen overnight. It's because he put together a comprehensive team that forged forward with a better plan. In terms of security, T&M, Ed Cannon could describe further, but I'll just give you a flavor of it. T&M put together a plan that just doesn't focus on the four corners of the venue. There is in the plan a safe passage, safe corridors.
Well, it's like a 5-minute walk to the subway, right?
Right.
All right.
They're going to have patrols that are part of our security plan because they care about the longevity of the investment that the landlord's making.
What about the uneven sidewalks, things like that out front?
That's all going to be paved. And just to elaborate a little bit, you know, they brought on Brian Cave, which is, you know, a huge firm in this town, and someone who wrote many, if not most, of the building code. Mr. Colgate understands the rules and has been very much engaged, not on the staff level, which would be fine for most projects, but meeting directly with the borough commissioner, step by step, so that he knows exactly what to submit that is in line to be approved. So from the buildings department perspective, they are doing whatever it is that a huge development might do. They're doing whatever it is, an application that was going through ULURP, which is a lengthy process with no guarantees at the end. Okay, but here, the applicant has brought on an expert in the field to advance this, and he is very comfortable. And the only thing about timing, I'd say, the sooner the applicant knows that he has this crucial piece, the SLA approval, is when they make decisions. If you make the decision no, then he's got to rethink spending another dollar on this project.
Oh, no question. I understand that.
Right. But aren't there structural issues with one of these buildings? Did I read that anywhere, that there were structural issues? I thought I did.
Hi, James Colgate again from Brian Cave. So the structural issues were that there were platforms constructed according to approved DOB plans. DOB approved the plans, DOB issued the construction work permit for the platforms were constructed, and then DOB reevaluated what it was that they approved. And they looked at it and said, gee, they scratched their heads and said there's a lot of structural complications here. And then that's when they decided to rethink things, and we ended up taking it down, and then we're going to be reapplying for that all over again, talking to the right structural engineer at DOB to make sure that they review it and check it and make sure that's everything that they want.
But you're still a little far away from CO.
Still
COO,
not
yeah.
that far, but we're moving pretty fast. The city process is not overnight. Anyone knows who's trying to get a C of O. You can't get a C of O tomorrow if you try to start today.
Gotcha.
But the investment that's being made to harness the teams. I mean, so these teams are not just like an architect there's a mechanical engineer, a fire suppression engineer, there's a plumbing engineer, there's an architect, there's structural people. There's all these different consultants who are on these huge teams working to get a project of this size through the buildings department. And it will be completely what DOB wants. It's just for us to move forward, knowing that we're, going to continue that investment. That's important for us.
Yeah, any project this size is obviously going to have a whole lot of moving parts that you'd like to have them all kind of, meet at the end at the same time. I don't know if that's going to specifically happen. I mean, there's a lot of stuff here, you can see. I spent several hours going through this the other day. I just don't see us, we're not going to go any further along here today. So I hear what you have to say, and I think Council, you did a great job here, making your case here, no question about it. But we're still not going to make any decision today.
Okay, so two more aspects that come to mind. I'll finish up with one, and then if Ed could just
all right,
leave you with a better description of how they approached security beyond the four corners of the building. One of the reasons I think both the Assemblywoman and the Senator wrote a letter, and in particular the Brooklyn Borough President wrote a letter, and NYC and Company wrote a letter, is I have a background in tourism. I represented the Convention and Visitors Bureau for a long time, and we now represent NYC and Company as well. And the applicant went to meet NYC and Company. I didn't do that meeting, but it resulted in a letter. And why did it result in a letter? NYC and Company is charged with trying to drive business to all 5 boroughs. And in order to do that, they need places. They deal with corporate meetings, conventions that won't be going to the Javits Center, won't be going to Barclays. This may be the right size for a lot of corporate meetings. There were, Alex listed a lot of them, things like the dog show. What happens is corporate meeting planners, convention planners, send email to NYC and Company and say, we need such and such. And then NYC and Company sends to their members, which they're becoming, you know, these members fit this bill. This is what's out there. And then they start to engage in the process. From the borough president's perspective, you know, he wants to drive business to his borough. And when he heard, you know, the Buy Brooklyn and the working on the jobs in local neighborhoods, all this connected together to win over the community. And I think now we're going to do very well with the community board. Last time they went to the community board, the issue there was their kind of standard policy that they would treat an applicant that's right in the residential neighborhood. It's almost the equivalent of a moratorium if you don't meet our hours. But that didn't work here in this kind of isolated area. And so that's what won over, and we'll win them over next time, because what happened behind the scenes, inside baseball, after we met with the elected officials started contacting the community board, and they told us, get this stuff over to them now. And that's what happened that generated that letter. So I think we're doing much better with the community board. I don't have any hesitation going on the 15th. As soon as they offered it, we agreed to it. We actually tried to get there before today so that they would issue a retraction of their letter. So
I mean, and it's, you know, and their concerns, in all honesty, are justified, because I think based on the number of permits that were given out last year, which is why the procedures hopefully are changing, they saw a number of parties at locations that aren't set up to have parties. And they just kept seeing them. And like I said, they know his name before he comes in. And that, you know, he's got that working against him. So hopefully you can convince them. You know, I hope you can, because I know they do have concerns.
Ed, just a few comments for elaborating on what.
Good afternoon. Ed Cannon, T&M Protection Resources. You've heard a little bit about my background, and T&M, we're a full-service security provider based in Midtown. Security solutions on an advisory basis. Our divisions are headed by former law enforcement officers from the NYPD, federal agencies, Secret Service, FBI, and also prosecutors from New York City district attorney's offices. And when we were contacted by the client to provide them with a security plan related to this particular venue, we asked a few questions, because quite frankly, T&M has a very valuable reputation, and we have relationships with city agencies that we rely upon for all of our clients. And we requested from them a commitment that when we came up with the master security plan, once we documented this was something that was going to be done. And we had some very early discussions with the client regarding some ideas that ended up resulting in the master security plan that you received in the submission. And the first step that I took, I went with another colleague of mine, a former police commander as well, and we met with Deputy Inspector Gardner at the 90th Precinct. And we first solicited his input. And he assembled his staff, his executive officers, special operations lieutenant, community affairs officers. And we heard some of the concerns they had about not just this venue, but venues like that. And he was very pleased that we had become involved, and that we were giving to him an assurance that the only way that we entered into this is because we had established a level of trust with the client that they were going to commit to, quite frankly, this master security plan. Based on my experience, and not to bore you, but I commanded 3 precincts, high crime precincts in the NYPD during the 1990s, ultimately retired as a commanding officer of the Traffic Control Division as an assistant chief. And Traffic Control Division basically was handling special events. Since retiring 10 years ago, we've done with T&M other special events, including the weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, all the special events like Super Bowl Boulevard in Manhattan, with various associated parties. Similarly, the NBA All-Star Game that was held at the Garden, with other events at the Barclays, we provided the security consulting for that. And most of the time, what you see from security plans that go into that rely very heavily on the local resources from emergency responders. What we've done here to assuage that concern, both on the part of the police and the community, is establish those safe corridors that are more than just lines on the board. They're going to be staffed with security officers and also ambassadors, members of the community, that basically will provide wayfaring. And to your point about what about the uneven sides, the unlit roadways and sidewalks, well, we'll be directing them through wayfaring signs, temporary wayfaring signs, and these on-the-street ambassadors and security officers to the safest routes to take to and from the venue. In addition, there'll be 2 roving patrols. And they've also committed to a hotline that will be distributed to the community. So then rather than have to call 311 or 911 or the local precinct, they can give the venue a call first and allow our response to go and try and mitigate a situation before it escalates into something that requires emergency responders. I haven't seen that. When we've done
You're telling me they're going to take 911, they're going to respond to a 911 call by calling you and asking you to fix it?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't communicate it correctly. We're going to make available to the community board.
Because that's not, you and I both know that's not going to happen.
Absolutely not going to happen.
All right.
So the idea would be simply this. Let's say, for instance, they see a group of people congregating, maybe behaving in a disorderly fashion. They assume that they could be patrons coming from Avant-Garde. Rather than having to call the local police, they can call Avant-Garde. We can go and de-escalate the situation. If we were to come upon a situation that obviously required 911 to be called, we stand back and call 911. But also part of this plan is the security management. And what we've recommended to and they've committed to is this. They're going to hire a proprietary security director that's going to have previous law enforcement managerial experience. And then there are going to be security managers, also proprietary, that will be handling inside the venue, outside the venue, and the patrols throughout the community. So this previous law enforcement experience brings the connectivity to the local police, helps establish that liaison with the local police and the other emergency responders that will be necessary, and also enables those folks to be able to observe and spot issues before they begin to percolate and address issues and therefore limit the need for resources from the local police and fire and EMS response. So we've also talked to them about improving the lighting, because that was something that was brought to us from Inspector Gardner. And Inspector Gardner was very pleased to hear that the client is committed to coordinating with them for the appropriate placement of portable lighting packages that can be put out, not just on the immediate perimeter of venue, but leading out towards some of the darkest and more hazardous locations. And in addition, there are locations that, such as railroad tracks and bridgeways, and quite frankly, this community has been run down a little bit. And part of the plan is once the approvals are met, we're going to be contacting the local authorities, the DOT, again, at the inspector's recommendation, to do things like getting the sidewalks taken care of, because now there will be people that will be utilizing those sidewalks far more than are currently, enhancing the lighting, et cetera, and things like that. So there's a lot of thought that's gone into this, a lot of commitment that's gone into this, and I submit this is the gold standard for locations, for venues such as this, that others would do well to try and emulate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In conclusion, I just want to focus on one other thing before you close. In the submission, which unfortunately, as you heard the compliment, we actually put together, I think it's near the end, a comprehensive response to the community board's first action.
7 pages.
Okay?
Yeah.
Point by point, which we won't go over completely, but we would like to touch upon some. But even worst case scenario, which now it can't be after such an extensive submission has been given to them, we have responded to a number, if not most, of the concerns that the community board had beyond their moratorium issue. So the fact that no one else, no individual from the community board showed up, no other community representative or individuals showed up in opposition, we have put together an extensive package which responded to all of those issues. So I would ask you before you close and say, let's move it to the next one, to think about, with the package that we put together with all the elected official support and organizational support from some not-for-profits, et cetera, from the Hasidic community who wants to see a facility like this, all the other things I mentioned, not to repeat them, that if we were standing here today, and I got to tell you, I think the community board thought they were helping us last night when they sent that letter.
Did you get the letter?
No.
Oh, you can.
But
You can read it. I mean, it's not.
No, I hear it.
I don't know. I mean, if you read it, you won't think that.
But I'm telling you, you've witnessed this before. Community boards, I mean, time and time again, community boards issue their statement, and they either show up or they let their letter stand in most cases. Okay? Here, the fact pattern is we submit a volume of what I'll state, and you could agree or disagree, a great deal of information that's very positive and better than before, and they invite us to the cabaret part at least, and send this letter. Because of some of the dialogue I kind of alluded to before with elected officials, if there was a process for them to retract the letter, I think that might have happened. But what I'd ask you for today, to give this a little bit of consideration after Alex says a few comments, of what if we were standing here today and we weren't going back, which we'd have to go back anyway in this process for the cabaret aspect. If we were standing here without that letter and you saw the point-by-point of what the community board said and our response now, what would the vote be after analyzing some of those details? We responded to the complaints after the fact.
You want me to answer that?
No, I'd like you to hear just a little bit, and then...
Because I'm not going to answer it, but what I will say is the one thing I do recognize, and I did reading this, is one, it's not a 500-foot law case. So you have to understand the position I'm in, which just because it's not a 500-foot law case doesn't mean that I can just go off on a venue this size without at least hearing from them. I understand what my responsibilities are and what my legal obligations are, but I also understand that I have to live with them. So at the end of the day, they're going to get their say. It doesn't mean that I'm going to respond the way they would hope, or, I'm going to follow the law is what I'm going to do. So I don't know if that answers your question, but they tend to like to weigh in on things that they don't really have a great voice in, but they still want to be heard, and I let them be heard.
Between your response and what Arthur just said, it more or less captured what I want to end with. We're sort of in the same boat that we want to have community board approval. We approached the community board to have this meeting, and we want to work with them. We want to have them know what we're doing, and we want them to get behind this the same way the Brooklyn Chamber of Commerce, New York City and Company, and all the elected officials are. I was going.
And that's all I want. And if it doesn't happen, then it may work out fine anyway.
It's what we want to emphasize is there's tremendous community support, even if it's outside of the community board. And one of the messages of this submission was a lot of the community board opposition was based at first on their policy of not wanting to approve outdoor hours past 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock. They offered us the opportunity to agree to that, and we declined. It just does not work for this venue. It does not work for a venue that is just surrounded by industrial use. It's not what their concern is. They then put together...
And to be honest with you, that probably would not be something that would be mine either.
Understood, but when we came to that narrow issue at the community board, and then a week later we're hit with this letter that purported to list 25 reasons that they either said we didn't address or didn't respond to or were wrong about, it was overwhelmingly frustrating when all of these issues, except for a few, were addressed and resolved. Everything else we have since addressed in our submission, and we have resolved it. So we're going to go back to the community board for this. We're going to go back for the cabaret. We're going to try to work with them. But there's not a whole lot more we can do.
Well, I think after you meet with them, perhaps you'll amend those 7 pages of issues that you've addressed, because maybe you will address it there and you'll have a different response to put in.
And if with all these letters of support, you may get a different response, I don't know.
We're hoping that we do. We're happy to seek that out. But if for whatever
Some of these
reason-
people, I think, have the ability to appoint some of them, so I imagine you will see a different tenor on some of them.
It's aside from all of the work that we're doing to make this a terrific venue, there is the sort of technical aspects of it, that it is a non-500 foot. We have a tremendous amount of support, and we're doing a lot of things that go above and beyond what I think an applicant might have to do here.
All right. I mean, I can adjourn this, and you can call up and get another date after you meet with them. And then hopefully by then, some of the DOB stuff will be cleared up.
Again,
I mean, I'm not asking you to walk in here with a certificate of occupancy, but right now there's open violations. There's, I don't know that the plans have all been approved. Have they been approved? Yeah, so that, I mean, if you, so I think we are a bit ahead of ourselves in that regard, because this is, as I said, a big place.
It is a big place, but buildings get developed, projects get developed when there's open violations that get resolved, and certificates of occupancy get issued after the SLA conditionally approves them.
That's why I'm saying, I'm not demanding a certificate of occupancy, but I would like the plans to be approved.
Even those plans could take more time, and there's economic sensitivities here to have the hiring, to have things go hand in hand, and we're trying to...
Well, listen, given that it's not a 500-foot case, I'm sure you're familiar with the law, I'm going to need to find good cause to reject it. And so, at the end of the day, you can look up what good cause is, but I don't know that the risk, there's bigger risks in this project than the liquor license. That's what I'm saying, that you should be concerned about, given the way the law is and the location you're at. I realize he can't run without a liquor license, but at the end of the day, it's going to be hard for me not to give one if all of this comes in line like it's supposed to. And they can't operate anyway without any of the stuff we're talking about.
No, understood, but I'm concerned why a decision has to be withheld until we've advanced to something that might take 2 months, when that puts us further behind the 8 ball for everything else that we need to do.
Because at the end of the day, I need to hear from New York City, which I haven't, and I will through DOB, when he gets some level of response from them, and I need to hear from the community board. Now, like I said, they may disagree with you. It doesn't mean that they're going to get what they want, but I do want to hear what they want.
Of course.
And that is going to take, you're probably right, at least given the dates they're putting here, it sounds like it's going to take 2 months. Because it appears here they're not going to go in front of their full committee till March 14th. Now, if you can get them to move faster, God bless you. But
We have to come back with, after going to the community board and advancing our DOB status.
yes, for me, I don't know what he's asking for, but
No, same thing.
But like I said, I don't need you to march in here with certificates of occupancy.
I don't know the timeline, but
We don't know that we can come back.
Well, so then answer this question to me. Why is the liquor license so important? Because at the end of the day, you can't open without any of this being done.
Correct.
There's kind of a simple answer to that. The kinds of events that they want to attract, just like what NYC and Company deals with all the time, are booked 6 months to 18 months out. So in order for him to start the business off as soon as possible, put people to work, etc., hiring and training, he's got to know that he has the most important piece.
But I'm not in the business of giving out liquor licenses 6 and 8 months in advance before the place is ready to open. I mean, we don't want that.
Wait, what would be the projected date? Let me just say one thing before he answers that question.
And let's be honest, between you and me, these guys are in the business of throwing electronic music parties. That's what they do.
But that's not what this...
I understand they have other things that they're trying to attract to the community, but their expertise is in throwing electronic music parties. That's what this place is for. I know it and you know it. Now, they may be having other things to appease the community, and hopefully it does, but that's what they want this for. I know that because I've dealt with this for the last 2 summers. I came in the door and was dealing with these guys. So, at the end of the day, telling me that they're going to bring in, the convention or the convention of washing machine makers, I'm not buying it. I know what they want to use it for predominantly. And I understand they need a liquor license to do that. But I'm not going to give out a liquor license 8 months in advance before they're even ready to open. We don't do that.
Let's start with the timing. Let's start with the timing. One setup.
Gentlemen, we're not going
So he's made a business decision that, based on what his lawyer has told him, a very expensive lawyer has told him, big law firm in this town, that he is not worried about that aspect. So in order for this project to be successful, he needs this as this part taken care of as soon as possible, and that may be whenever it is. We're asking it be today, obviously. But let's hear the timing that he's discussed with his client of what he believes based on his meetings with the commissioner, et cetera.
Hi, James Colgate from Bryan Cave. So the Department of Buildings filings, I say they're complicated, and they are, but at the end of the day, they're an as-of-right action that don't require anything other than checking some boxes and demonstrating to the Department of Buildings that you comply. The zoning allows venues of this size in this area. The building code allows everything they want to do. There are issues to make sure that the egress is wide enough, that the fire alarm is the right type, and all those dots have to be dotted and T's have to be crossed, but it's a completely non-discretionary approval. It's a ministerial approval by the Department of Buildings at the end of the day. So we're just getting through that process. What's before you is well, this is discretionary. This is, the board can say one thing, the board can say the SLA. So to them.
Well, you just told me before you're getting a new engineer to approve certain building you're going to do. You want an engineer from the City Department of Buildings to analyze what you're going to rebuild.
Right.
Is that false or no?
That's true, but
so that's what I'm talking about. Until all of that is approved, it doesn't have to be built, but until that's approved, that until this picture that you guys have up there is approved by the city saying you can put this here, I'm not prepared to say you can start serving alcohol there until they say, because what happens in these instances, and it happens at the community boards, they take my license and they wave it around at the community boards and say, you have to give us a cabaret. The SLA already said that it's fine. And then they call me and they want to know why we say it. I mean, that's what goes on.
But we can't open.
I understand that, and you understand that, but we're not in the business of handing out liquor licenses 8 months before somebody's ready to open. It just doesn't happen.
It's going to be end of May. We're hoping that by the time we get the DOB approvals and the construction finished, it'll be May or so before we can open. And a lot of money has to be invested in a very compressed time frame in order to achieve that goal.
But since I've been here, I have never had anyone come before me who has not constructed their location and say, can you give us a liquor license before you construct a location? And that's what you're asking.
Well, there's dozens and hundreds of hotels that come to you for
and they come once it's.
They're not going to do the development if they don't know that they can get the license.
No, those things are built. They are, for the most part, built. They come and talk to us. They have meetings with us, but those things are built before we're licensing them.
They're built before the license is issued, but they know that once they have their DOB approval, they can pick up their liquor license. We're asking to be treated the same as
no. Jackie, am I wrong here?
Nobody files.
And this is an arena. It's not a hotel.
Well, part of the thing I'm concerned about is you're talking about how much time you have to, book events and things like that. Are you going to receive a conditional approval from the liquor authority and then start booking events? And then when you don't have your approvals to pick up the license, are you going to put the authority back in the position of, we've booked these events, will you
Well, that's happened too.
come in? Are you going to have a caterer come in until such time as your license is?
Use the building until DOB says you can use the building.
I don't think you're getting her point.
No.
With all due
That's
respect.
all right.
No, but she's saying we would come back to the authority. We have nothing to.
There's
No,
other,
you're not
there's
getting
other
her point.
conditions you would have to fulfill. before you could get your license. Just having the building is only one of them. And she's saying if you don't fulfill all those conditions, meaning you can operate as a liquor, as a selling liquor, then, and you have events booked 6 months out, but haven't fulfilled those conditions, then you're going to be asking for a caterer's permit, or somebody's going to come in because you're not going to want to cancel the events. That's what you're asking, correct?
That's what I'm, that's what, well, that's kind of what
No,
I
but
was
that's why
hearing
we
here.
don't do it. That's what I'm saying. We don't do this. Yeah, but not 8 months out. I know your plan is, you're so far in front of where most people are when they come in here that I mean, you still have a community board that's against you. Now, granted, they may, but they think they're having a meeting with you. I know, but you want me to grant a license before you even meet with them about the cabaret part of it.
We went through the process, we met with them. So like I said before, let's say we failed, even, we addressed their comments, and that's why.
But see, that you're telling me this, but they're telling me that they still have to talk to you.
Right.
That's the difference. I'm
They're
getting
saying-
mixed signals.
They're saying their position has not changed. Right. About this application.
And that's fine, so I'm suggesting.
Okay, just so you do not,
That, I suggested before, that considering that, and I know the commissioner said there was a mix-up with who had what there. So the commissioner read this really extensive, thorough presentation that Alex painstakingly put together, and it details all these points. So it.
I think you.
also, Chairman just received.
Are you asking the members to vote on the matter right now?
No.
Well, that's what
So
it sounds like.
I mean, you want a time frame. That's what he wants, is a time frame, and I can't give you one. I mean, you need to move it further along, is what I'm saying.
Let Mr. Goldstein just respond to the event versus single using.
I also want to say something about construction. Important point is that a big part of the construction is already done. Like, for example, the biggest part of our construction is building 160 restrooms. They are built already. We built that in May last year.
And what are the violations about then?
The violations are related to, one was related to the temporary structures we built up for summer. And it was a 1,000-page construction plan. And obviously they couldn't review that within hours. They needed months to review it.
So you started construction.
No, that was last year. So we know that our construction phase will be very short this year because we need to finish it off.
I understand what you're trying to do, but you're building an enormous facility, and you're trying to box it all into 5 months. And I realize why. I get that. But I'm not going to jump the gun on my end, because at the end of the day, someone's going to be barking at me for doing this prematurely. And I'm not going to do it. And half the reason I'm not going to do it is because the experience I had with you over the last 2 years was not good. It wasn't. And there may be explanations for it. There may be this, there may be that, but it was not good. I can't tell you the amount of phone calls that your parties generated to my office. And as a result, were directed at me. And how many conference calls I was on Saturdays about your parties. So this isn't directed, the fact that I'm considering this is remarkable to me, because normally I wouldn't, and the reason I am is because of the representation. You clearly got your head on straight finally, and you went out and got reputable people behind you. But if you came in here on your own, you'd be out the door. So I think I need more assurance, and part of the reason I need more assurance is because of you. Your other partners are fine. The guy that talks in all the articles that I've read, and the guy that's on all of the permits is you. So if you want to go down this road and end up being legitimate, because what you were doing before was not legitimate in my eyes, then it's going to take more time. And the reason it's going to take more time is because of what happened before. I mean, that's just the way it is.
I think the chairman is trying to give you guys the benefit of the doubt here. And again, for whatever mix-up we had, he just got this book today. So
No, but I had other stuff. I mean, I got this and I read this last night. I mean, I've read most of what you have here, except for the letters of recommendation,
Okay.
which are meaningful to me.
Right.
Okay, so last comment, and then we'll ask for an adjournment.
Okay, that would be good.
Just on the events versus. Yeah, I want to tell you something about the expertise, what you mentioned before. I think the way you saw us, and that's right, was we produced big electronic music events. But that's not only our only expertise. That's one of the things we do. I was running like one of the biggest event centers in Switzerland for 5 years. And we had like music-focused events, but we also had many, many corporate clients we hosted, we produced events for. It's not just me, it's also Ben in our team produce many, many corporate events. And for me, my understanding is that this business works in that scale. We cannot only focus on music events. And that's not just something we say, you know, to get you to approve the license. It's the truth. We want to focus on a multifunctional event space. We want to host all types of events. We say that to the elected officials. If we wouldn't stand up for it, that would be another huge mess, and that's not the case. No?
Okay.
That's the initial. I think that's an initial impression we left behind us, and that's the way you saw us. And I admit we made some mistakes, like the Halloween event you mentioned. That was clearly not a good choice of location, and we underestimated the community's concern. We found out later, and we were deeply sorry about it. We also released a statement. We refunded all our guests. We were pretty straightforward there. No? And we didn't go against the city because we want to have a good relationship with the city. And
Okay.
you guys too, you know? And I also understand that the community board is not our biggest fan, and because of summer 2015.
I think you probably will see that change, given the letters that are in here, but that's just a prediction.
But yeah, my point was just that this is really our mission is to have a multifunctional event space.
Okay.
All type of events, corporate to fashion, community to non-profits, charities, even sports events. It's our goal, it's our clear mission, because we have to make this work. And with music events only, we cannot make this work. So a year has 365 days. Music events maybe happen on a Friday and Saturday, but we need to fill the other days too to make this successful.
Okay.
All understood. I think you picked probably a decent location. I mean, there's no residential areas around you. There's no one to disturb. It's a industrial business area where everyone probably goes home at 5 o'clock. So, you know, you have a lot of things going in your favor. You just have a few other things that have to be cleaned up before we make a decision. All right? So why don't you guys ask for an adjournment, and let's call it a day.
Just leave it open, and then when you think you've got further along, reschedule it, just, right? Isn't that the easiest thing to do? Or do you want to put it on for 6 weeks or 8 weeks?
Why don't we put it on for March 29th, and then we can always move it up or move it after? I mean, you get a letter or something asking for it to be moved up or moved back.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we're going to press, since the community board is meeting on the 15th.
14th.
14th?
Oh, no, you're right, the 15th, and then they have another full vote on the 14th. If you can move it up, I'll move it up.
So my
We have a
question
board
for
meeting
you
on
is
March
if
15th.
they-
So we have a board meeting on the 15th of March.
No, let me ask the question, and then I don't know your timing, but if they meet on February 15th, and is that a committee meeting?
It's a public hearing.
Yeah. So, it's the full board. So if we are able to work well with them, with the elected officials' support, and, you know, as you said, half of them,
No,
all of them are.
the full board meeting is on March 14th.
All right, so my question is if.
The hearing is on February 15th.
If they take some action on February 15th and notify you the next morning, and assuming it's positive or different than the big no you got before, then we would like to come back as soon as possible. We'll give you the update on the building.
Oh, you can do that, yeah. What's the next meeting, Tom, after the February 15th?
March 2nd.
March 2nd.
So then put it on for the 2nd, assuming he can get them to act quicker. If he can't, then we'll just adjourn it again.
Thank you very much.
So March 2nd. And don't I'm going to read this, don't make another one. Just leave, this is enough.
One time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I didn't even see you, I don't have my glasses on. Yeah. Good, how are you? I don't have my glasses, I saw you, I couldn't see you sitting there.
Yeah.
Well, this looks like a lot of fun. Yeah.
All right.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Next month, right. All right, good seeing you.
We had 3 other items where
Commissioner-
there's
Have you met Commissioner Ford?
You are? Nice to meet you, Steve.
He works, he represents, yeah, yep.
All right.
Michael Carrera, who you haven't met yet, who
Spoke with
runs
you,
the
I think.
Metro, right, Steve?
Is it the group?
Yeah,
No problem.
take care.
They're fine.
He runs Metro, right?
Actually.
Yeah, Metro's Package Store Alliance, his,
Oh, okay.
and that's his client.
All right. Nice to meet you. All right. Thank you.
We have 3 more matters where there's an appearance.
And Mr. Bookman decided to come in this afternoon.
Item 238, AB Green Gansvort LLC and ABG Standard Operator LLC.
And everybody else.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Ford. I decided instead of coming at 6:30 in the morning, waiting on the line, to try to come in at the afternoon.
Smart, smart.
Can we do that?
I think it works. So I'm here for 3 different CNCs. The first one I have is AB Green Gansvort. That's the Standard Hotel downtown. CNC for $3,500.
I'll accept.
Thank you.
Accept.
The next item is 193 Cafe and Wine Bar, 31 Inc.
The biggest issue on this one.
Hold on just for a second.
190 what, Tom?
193.
93, yeah.
Thank
go ahead.
you. This is a $2,000 CNC. The biggest issue on this one, and there was the sangria, which we've explained to them you can't do. A lot of ignorance in the industry about that. The bigger issue is they had a sidewalk cafe property line, within the property line, so not a consumer affairs sidewalk cafe, that they had expanded beyond the original application. They retained our office. We filed an alteration application. That application is currently before a licensing board. So we think $2,000, given the cure, is an appropriate.
Does that have to go to the community board or no?
This one was, I believe we filed it as a minor alteration. I think-
That's why I'm asking Jackie, is that a minor, considered minor or no?
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
Let me pull out my
Sorry, I zoned out for a little bit.
So they have
I'm
a-
bouncing. What were you trying to do
They
there?
have a sidewalk cafe that's on their property, not on the city sidewalk.
Oh, apologies.
They're extending.
We did notify the community.
Oh, all
board.
right,
We
then
did
that's,
notify.
that answered the question. All right, I'll
It's
accept,
seating, yeah.
I'll accept 2,000.
No adverse history. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And the next item is 191 Major Doe Soho, 463 LLC.
Thank you. This is a $1,500 CNC. There's 2 charges, infused vodka and using an unapproved service bar. Both of them we submit are out of ignorance of the law. The infused vodka, like I mentioned with the sangria, many people in the industry are ignorant of, and we've explained to them they cannot do infused vodka. They've corrected that. The service bar, they applied, it's a relatively new establishment. They began operation in 2015, September. They applied without service bars later on. They made the choice to add them without knowing that the addition of a service bar, just like a customer bar, must be approved. After they retained us, they've discontinued use of those service bars. They're thinking about whether they want to continue it. If they will, we'll do an alteration application to add the service bars.
I'll accept.
1,500 accept.
Thank you very much.
Take care.
Thank
See,
you.
he's figured out a different system now. He's going to come in at the tail end from now on, right?
Well, the subway, was delayed, and I'm sweating on there thinking, am I going to miss you guys? And so I'm not sure if I'll do it again.
All right.
You ready to go forward?
Yeah, let's go.
All right, 159.
Bar upstairs and storage area.
Accept.
Accept. 4,000 accept.
160.
Accept.
Letter of warning, yes. Accept.
161.
Accept.
Accept.
162.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3, dismiss 4 and 5, 5,000.
Sustain 1, 2, and 3. I'm sorry, did you say sustain or?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dismiss 4 and 5.
They were actually withdrawn, but we're dismissing.
Okay.
And 5,000, Chair?
5,000, yes.
All right, 164 has been adjourned. 165.
To when, Tom?
I'm sorry, to 215.
Accept.
Accept.
166.
Accept.
Second violation, accept.
167 and 168.
Accept, but make the transfer come to the full board if it wasn't already. I think it would, wouldn't it?
It's disapproved in April.
There's nothing to come before the board.
So if they do another transfer, make it come.
Any new application.
Yeah.
Yes.
169.
Letter of warning. That's all right.
Yep.
Just
Letter of warning.
170.
question about this. Have these health violations been corrected or not?
You want to call them in?
Yeah, I'd like to know.
You want
Call
them
'em
in? Okay.
215.
171.
Is this 2,000? 10 months is
Oh, I'm not
2,000, I
sure.
think. Yeah, 2,000, right? No
You need a-
workman's
You need a
comp.
lease, you need a list.
10,000.
Yeah.
No, 2,000.
Oh, 2,000.
Yeah,
oh.
10 months.
Oh, 10 months, 2,000.
Yeah.
Not 2 months, 10,000, okay.
173.
So I have a question for this. Chris, did you read this?
Yeah, it seems like it was duplicative.
Is that possible? How, both, the extension of premises, I mean, it's clearly the same issue, but
Right.
you can extend premises and also fail to conform, can't you?
Yeah, I think you can.
Well, I thought the failure to conform was they
it's-
employed a manager.
Well, then it's certainly not duplicative. Then send this,
It's employing a manager,
then send this back to another,
judge.
yeah,
Yeah.
for alternative findings.
No, the manager's not what was alleged.
I see that in the charge.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's listed in the charge.
It's the same charge.
Right.
Oh, it's not what's in the pleading.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah,
why
right.
she did it.
That's
All
why
right,
she
then
did it.
Okay.
I'll fine, then don't send it back. Sustain 1, dismiss 2. $5,000, oh, no, we only got one charge, so I'll do, 4,000.
Sustain 1, dismiss 2, 4,000.
Okay. 174.
Accept.
Accept.
175.
We got a call from a councilman's office in support of this guy today.
I didn't see that.
No, he just called this morning
Okay.
while we were here. I'll accept, but he has to have the ID scanner.
Well, that's proof, the receipt for that is in the, is in your packet there.
Okay, I'll accept.
Accept.
That's the last one, though.
176.
I'll accept, but if they do file an amendment to the method of operation, can you send it to the full board?
Got it.
Accept.
Commissioner, you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
179 and 177.
Accept.
Accept.
181.
Accept.
Accept.
182.
4 times last year.
This one, we don't have proof that the scanner was
Not
purchased.
only that, I'm going to cancel and bond because I looked and they had notice of the sales after the second sale. So it wasn't like it was a situation where it was a nuisance abatement. And they can buy all the scanners they want, but when they don't ask for ID, it's useless. So cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond it is.
183.
I'll accept.
Accept.
184.
Accept.
Accept.
185.
3,000.
3,000.
186.
Accept.
3,000. Accept.
187.
Accept.
Why the sale to the minor and post 5,000 penalty? Why was it so high the first time?
There was priors before that.
Okay.
They're just 5 years old now. They're
Gotcha.
past 5 years old.
Gotcha. Okay. Accept.
188.
Accept.
Accept.
189.
Is this license still expired?
November?
It was as of a week ago.
Closed in September?
Come on, system. Still showing expired, just seeing if there was anything regarding
Then
a renewal.
cancel and bond.
There's nothing about a renewal.
Cancel and bond.
192.
Do we get a check?
No, we have nothing.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
194.
I say dismiss. I don't think they did anything wrong. They called the police regarding the assault. When the police arrived, they told the employee tried to break up the fight. When a third unknown individual struck an employee, caused her laceration, his cooperative police said no complaints on file to local precinct. I don't know
All
what
right, dismiss.
195.
500.
500.
196.
Cancel and bond.
There's no bond, just
Cancel.
Just cancel.
197.
Accept.
Accept.
198.
Accept.
Says he notified the SLA the name change since 2011.
What was the new name? Brannigan's Adirondack?
Anyway, letter of warning, I accept.
And then as long as they file the necessary paperwork to change the name in 90 days.
Workman's compensation.
Accept. Oh, I'm sorry.
199?
I'm sorry. 199, accept.
199, accept.
200.
Accept.
Accept. Yeah.
221 was returned to council's office. 226.
Wait a minute.
201?
I'm sorry. We did.
Return to council?
No, 201 was held. Is that right, Tom?
Isn't that the one that somebody
Two-
wanted on adjournment?
221 was returned to council's office.
We're not on 221, we're on 201.
201.
What did I, hold on, did I flip, I must have flipped through my numbers here, I apologize. Well, 226 was adjourned, was returned to council's office.
Right.
Anyway, 201.
For the record.
That was,
So
that's
this is the one I
201.
had held.
All right, 201, we have, council's office had given me a heads up that they anticipated the attorney would request an adjournment. That was 2 weeks ago,
I
right?
believe so.
And last Friday, I got a request for an adjournment. I advised the attorney, he said he was not going to be available. I advised him I wasn't going to grant the adjournment because council's office was opposing, and that I would let you two decide, but he might want to elaborate on why he's not available. He said he's out of the state.
Do you want me to? Okay. So the reason I had this held is because I believe we have other cases pending in this particular situation. If you look at this particular matter itself, the history speaks for itself in this particular location. It seems to be a blatant disregard for the ABCL over a lengthy period of time. Hefty fines have been previously imposed, and I believe that out of these 10 charges, the majority of them were sustained, only 2 were not sustained. So I
And
thought
there's
that,
still more pending?
and there are still more pending. So I thought it was prudent to bring this to the attention of the members quickly and not continue to just allow adjournments and adjournments. So at least the members could make a decision.
Thank you. Cancel and bond, I'm sorry, sustain 1, 2, dismiss 3, sustain 4, 5, dismiss 6, sustain 7, 8, 9, and 10. Cancel and bond. Who's the attorney, Tom?
Mr. Flynn. He had another matter on today, which I did adjourn because there was no opposition from.
Yeah, this just is, it's not really prudent to adjourn it, as counsel said. This was not going anywhere but a cancellation.
Cancel.
202.
Dismiss 1, 2, and 3. Sustain 4.
Just cancel?
You just want to revoke him again.
Did we already cancel it?
No, you already revoked it.
Oh, we did? Oh, so revoke again. Where does it say that?
It was
here?
revoked because, hold on for a second here. Why does,
That's not coming up on my history.
yeah, I know, and I don't know why it's there. Why, hold on for a second.
Oh, it's way up top. I see it.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, 1222, revoke again. No bond.
Okay,
No, but hold on for a
Which
second. I don't
penalty
know
did
why
it?
it's showing up there. And I looked at that, so I'm not sure why. So let me just double check. No.
Yeah, we don't want to revoke something we haven't revoked.
You did revoke it.
Yeah, I mean, I see the.
Yeah,
one, two,
there's
three.
some,
It's the last.
yeah, it was revoked. There should have been an update on one of the penalty. It was revoked because the penalty wasn't paid. I
Okay.
have to fix that.
So revoke, no
Oh,
bond.
no, it's the last group of charges on
Yeah,
12/22/16. It's revo and bond.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5
That's civil
disorderlies,
penalty,
there's
isn't
no
it,
way.
right?
So, okay.
All right.
204?
204,
Accept,
Accept.
205,
accept,
And here, did they know someone in their establishment was stabbed and didn't report it? I don't think they did, but I'll accept.
all right. 206 has been adjourned to 215. That was Mr. Flynn's other case. 207,
accept,
Accept.
208 was returned to council's office.
and I can throw this away, right? So it's not adjourned, we'll get another one?
Right,
Okay.
yes, you will. 209,
Accept,
7,000, accept.
211,
accept,
Accept.
212,
accept,
Accept.
It's a bad, there's pending cases. I at least want to make that known for the record, that there are pending cases in this matter, and looking at some of the police reports, this place,
It was
212?
it's
2013
pretty.
violations.
I have 212.
how many?
You said this is on 212? The
Yes.
violations were in 2013.
So I believe, but I seem to recall when I looked at this.
I want to get a little more zippier.
I mean, it's in my hometown, I'm familiar with it.
Okay. That
But I
2011,
can't say I've
12,
been in it.
13, maybe we got 14, 15, and 16 in there, okay?
Yeah, this is old case, so I'll accept this. If we have something more recent coming, then they may end up.
all right. And now 221, that was returned to council's office.
Okay.
226,
I will,
Mine are reversed, too.
yeah, I will reconsider and accept $1,000
Bounce check.
because
that
they
they paid.
paid. Here, you don't have that?
I don't know where it is. Why am I
Right
suddenly
underneath
missing a gap?
It's a check, a bounce check that they paid after we canceled and bonded them.
Right.
So they want to pay 1,000 now, which is fine.
Accept.
okay. 227,
Accept,
234,
Accept, yeah.
accept,
Accept.
235 was sent back to council's office. 237,
accept,
Accept.
239,
accept,
Accept.
240 and 241,
accept,
Accept.
242,
accept,
3,500, accept.
243 was also sent back to council's office. 245,
I have a counter of 6,000.
Second time.
Yeah, and they had a year to fix it and didn't do anything.
Counter 6,000.
247,
Accept,
Accept.
248,
accept.
Accept.
249,
This is bad.
Maybe
Sustained charge 1. I mean, this guy just blatantly came in and lied
Should be 6,500.
and made the ALJ wrote, right, no, I mean, I'm not going to do that, but the ALJ was forced to write a decision that was 8 pages long. 6,500. Because it's an 18-year-old, not because they lied.
Are you good with that?
Yes.
Okay. 251C,
So much for appearing.
this was held over. We sent a letter to the,
We called them in, right?
yes.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and
We'll
bond.
hear from them now. They were called in for a discussion and ignored us.
251D was adjourned at the request of the applicant to 215.
Who is that?
Well, Guy Parisi, he says his client is, have a medical procedure tomorrow. I asked him if he could assure me that his client would be available on 215, and he said he would be.
Okay,
That's all I have.
okay.